20 to 30 minutes.
Okay, yeah.
And I did put in chat that we're in executive session for people who join us.
Thank you.
I'm gonna move everybody to an assigned room. I hope.
Back to the meeting. So we've already called the meeting to order. We'll recall the public portion of the meeting to order. Kenny, will you let me know if you are still hearing feedback from my computer at any point? Because I was trying to stay muted, but I'll try to stay muted as much as possible. Just let me know. Thanks. So the first action item, oh, first we have introductions. There's some new staff members. Jenny, do you want to, Jenny, you're muted.
All right. Well, thank you and welcome everyone. I'm very pleased to be able to introduce two new staff to you. And of course, it will be our pleasure to introduce them to you in person the next time we have an opportunity to meet. But we've made two new hires since you last met. Sharon Hardwick was hired in early May as our new human resources specialist. This is the first time in anyone's memory with the agency that we've had a dedicated HR person. Those responsibilities have largely fallen to the central services manager and then to all of the supervisors throughout the agency. And being able to have the capacity to better support our recruitment processes, to more fully implement our performance management process, to begin thinking about more overall training and professional development for our staff, to take advantage of the different human resource opportunities that are available through the state of Montana, are all things that we really look forward to having now that we have an HR specialist. We hired Sharon from the federal system. She doesn't come to us with a state agency background. She has a long history working for federal agencies, including creating human resource offices from scratch. And so we're excited to have that kind of capacity. And Sharon, welcome. And I don't know if you want to say just a few words to the commission.
Good morning. Hello. It's nice to meet all of you. And I'm excited to be working with the library. Everyone I've met so far has been great. And it's a lot of new things to learn, but I'm really excited about the creative challenge and working with everyone here. So, so far so good. And we're going to keep moving forward.
Thank you, Sharon. And then our second new hire is Lee Fossum. Lee's been hired as our IT manager and network system administrator. We had lost this position during some rifts a few years ago. And through some changes in our IT organizational structure, we've recently rehired this position. Lee has a long background working for state government and working previously for the Department of Environmental Quality, and then most recently for the Department of Justice, where we hired him from. And he's quickly coming up to speed on our very significant IT footprint that we maintain and making recommendations how we can improve our overall IT environment. So Lee, welcome. We're glad to have you aboard. Did you want to share any comments with the commission?
Certainly, I think I'll be echoing Sharon to a large extent in that there's a lot to learn, and I'm trying to get my head wrapped around it, but things are going ahead. I'm excited for the new opportunity, and I can't wait to see where this takes us. Thanks.
And I just have to say, I don't envy any new employee having to onboard during a pandemic when we're working remotely. And we just appreciate your flexibility and your willingness to just jump right in so much. So thank you both.
Thank you both and welcome to the State Library. Do we have any further introductions, Jenny?
Those are the new staff introductions.
Okay. All right. So the next agenda item is a consent agenda, and all we have on the consent agenda this time is approval of minutes, and it is an action item. So we're looking at the minutes from April 1st and April 27th. Does anybody have any amendments or changes for the minutes or comments?
I just want to point out that the link to the April 1st meeting minutes doesn't seem to be working.
Okay.
Did everybody have access to it through your regular meeting materials?
Oh, you know what? Now I don't. I did, but right now when I just clicked on it, it's a 404.
It's not listed in the regular meeting materials. I don't think. The April 27 meeting minutes are there, but not April 1.
I have a link now from the on the agenda. So we might have been looking in different places, but I did originally see it a while back, but now it's not there anymore. The link is broken.
Would the commission prefer to delay action on these minutes until your August meeting?
Well, we can approve the April 27, just not the April 1.
Okay.
I second that suggestion.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor of, I'm sorry. Okay, maybe that was background. All in favor of delaying?
I vote yes.
Well, I keep hearing somebody trying to weigh in, I think, but I'm not sure. It might be background. All in favor of delaying the April 1st approval of the April 1st minutes, but accepting the April 27th minutes, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. Thank you. And we'll move on to the State Librarian's report. There are 4 bullet points in the State Librarian's report, and none of them are action items, but we can begin to move through them, starting with the COVID-19 response and some MSL statistics from Jenny.
So I've asked a number of our leads to join us for this meeting because we feel like it's really important to make the commission aware of how diligently our state library staff are working to support our agency as well as libraries around the state during the COVID-19 pandemic. And one of the things that we've done is stand up a dashboard. The dashboard is largely made up of statistics that we're starting to collect now that we have our data coordinator. So these are the beginnings of what we feel our ongoing reporting to the commission and the legislature and others will look like. But at this point in time, they can show you some of the trends that we're seeing from the pandemic that are impacting our services. So I'm going to ask staff to talk about some of the statistical information as well as just more anecdotally about how our staff are responding to the pandemic in just a minute. Before I do that, I want to make a couple of points. The first point I want to make is that we've really invested in the capacity of the state library over the last year or more. For example, most of you know that we struggled to come up with some more meaningful reporting mechanisms to the commission for a couple of years. And we finally made the decision to hire Jessica Edwards as our data coordinator. And you can already see the dividends of hiring that position in our ability to very rapidly collect and assess information about how our services are being impacted by this pandemic. We really wouldn't have had the capacity to do that in a meaningful way had we not hired that position. The other position that we recently hired was our contracts and grants manager position, an internal hire with that position, John Kilgour. And again, we would not have had the capacity to very quickly get to contract on those items that you approved at your April 27th meeting if all of that contractual work was also falling on the librarians who were working hard to make the best recommendations about how we use some of our COVID funding. After your April 27th meeting, where you directed us on how to use some of our state funds as well as the CARES Act funds, we are already under contract with Read Squared. We have nearly 30 libraries rolling out Read Squared right now for their summer reading program. We were able to do that in enough time that libraries had the resource available for their summer reading programs. We already have hotspots deployed all across the state. And I was on the phone with the director from the Bitterroot Public Library yesterday. They had a few hotspots of their own, and with the additional hotspots we were able to provide, they're now up to 13 hotspots in their library. Every single one of them is currently checked out. There's already new content added to Montana Library to Go, and we're working with Jim Simmelroth out of the Missoula Public Library. He's an IT manager who's worked a lot with some of our rural libraries to help them address their IT needs, to help identify and deploy the proper IT hardware and services to better enable Wi-Fi in some of our most challenged libraries. Again, having the capacity through the positions that we've invested in meant that we were able to roll out these initiatives very, very quickly. That was one of the goals that we had for spending these monies, and we're already seeing the benefits around the state. So I want to applaud us as an agency for making the decisions to invest in our own capacity. I know by hiring Sharon and Lee, we're just going to continue to see the benefits for our overall ability to provide services to those that we serve. So with that, I want to turn things over to Jessica Edwards first. I've asked her to just share with the Commission a few highlights from some of the statistical information that's available in the dashboards, and I want to certainly encourage the Commission to take time to explore some of that information. A work in progress, more and more information to come as we more fully develop these tools.
Okay, should I share my screen? Would that be helpful?
Yes, if you're able to.
It says host disabled screen sharing.
I don't know if I have the ability to do that.
Awfully nice picture, Jessica.
Thank you.
Where are you?
The Great Wall of China.
Oh, that's great.
Jenny, you might be able to help her share her screen if you can make her a co-host.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Okay, let me see. Okay, excellent. Thank you for your rapid IT support, friends. Jessica, you should see that you're a co-host now.
Okay, let me see.
Great, it's coming up, Jessica.
Okay, perfect. And so just to show really quick how to get here, this is on our homepage under About the Library, under Statistics. And I believe we're going to kind of rebrand this as more impacts because we really want to highlight that this is the impact that we and our libraries have on people across the state. So if you click here and wait for the dashboards to load. So right now, there are currently 3 dashboards on here: Montana Library to Go, Talking Book Library, and one for learning and training. And that's a blended one of continuing education and lifelong learning. And we're going to be adding more and more here. I think the next up is going to be the Montana Memory Project. And we're a little bit limited on space, just the way that our website is laid out. So it might look a little squished depending on your screen size. So there's a full screen button down here in the corner where you can enlarge it and get a little bit better view. So with Montana Library to Go, you can see our libraries across the state, and this circulation, just this huge jump in March and April is really impressive. It's tapered off a little bit, but still it's pretty high back in May. And we broke it out by monthly users, average monthly users. You can click to see by branch or by library to kind of see how things are broken down by each library. So libraries can come in here and get a better idea of how their users are using their services and how it breaks down for audiobooks versus ebooks. And you can see like Butte just had a pretty big jump. It keeps on going. So it's really neat to look at. And all these statistics come directly from Overdrive. And here in holds, so the circulation in users, that's a monthly update. So it's broken out month by month. Holds, I've been going in and getting weekly updates just because those kept growing, and we really wanted to show how people were using Montana Library to Go. So for now, we have both weekly and monthly updates. And I believe as we go on and hopefully as libraries start to open up again and COVID numbers start dropping, we can go back and start doing this just monthly because the weekly won't be as necessary. But you can see, let's see, the week of May 18th, there is a huge spike in holds. And I wonder if that is due to people prepping for the long weekend, maybe road trips, maybe something, just trying to get all their ebooks in and going in and putting a lot of things on hold. We have holds per library, just a breakdown of which libraries have the most holds. See, it's clearly going to be the larger libraries, and also the new holds to see what people are requesting. And then we have here, this is just another version of that holds by library. It's going to show a little fuzzy on my screen. Let me see if we can go to full screen. Oh, it's still going to show funny. You can kind of get an idea with this tree ring to see just another visualization of which branches or which libraries have a high number of holds. So that is Library to Go. Let's see, so for Talking Book Library, this is a monthly poll, and so this is a combination of the data that we get from CLOS, our ILS, as well as the data that we get from the National Library Services BARD, their e-audiobook platform for downloading books. So you can see these are just our patron counts. We had a big spike in digital book checkouts in March, and I think this was people maybe thinking that we were going to shut down. I know a lot of the state libraries across the country aren't able to provide their talking book services right now. So I think patrons might have been a little bit fearful that we might be in the same boat, and luckily we weren't. But you can really see a lot of people were requesting these physical books to be mailed to them in March. We also started tracking phone calls, and this is something that Marilyn just started tracking in February. So we don't have data prior to that right now, but you can see again in March, this big increase of 41% increase in phone calls to readers advisors. And it's dropped off a little bit, but it's still pretty high, a little bit higher than it was in February. So that's kind of fun to look at. And then our machine and other checkouts. We're tracking it for now, and this might not be something that we need to track in the future. We're kind of playing around to see what metrics we want to see and whether they are useful to us. And so the BARD downloads, so these are the books that a user can go in and download directly to their tablet or directly to their computer and then transfer to their own playing device. So we typically don't have a huge amount of BARD users. It's kind of been an issue trying to get more people to use the service. But you can see we have a core number of users, average is 114. So in May, we had 109 users logging in to use the service. However, in May, you can see there's a huge, April and May, there's a large jump in the amount of books that those users are downloading. So in April alone, it was almost double of what it was in March. And then it got even higher in May, which is really exciting. It would be nice if the users numbers jumped as well, so we could get more people using the service. But it's really exciting to see that our core user group is using the service more and more. And we can also see what they're using. And then for the recording program, so these are the books that we're recording and putting out there. So this is what Erin Harris is doing with her volunteer staff. And so we're able to see who's using our downloads. So I think this is a really fun breakdown of other state talking book libraries and how they and their patrons are using the materials that we're producing. So these are primarily Montana focused titles or Montana authors, and just seeing that we are getting a large usage of it, particularly in states like California and Texas and Florida. And we have the top titles that are being downloaded here. And there's this huge spike in February. And that was probably right when Erin was able to upload a lot of the new books to the website to be downloaded. And you can click here to see month by month, just to see how it kind of changes and what states might be using it a little bit more. And you can't quite see here, but there are libraries down here. Puerto Rico, I believe the Virgin Islands are in here. And so you can zoom in to see a little bit more of which states and territories are using our recordings, which is really great to see. And if you click down here to continuing education and lifelong learning, this is our learners who are using the Web Junction platform that we make available to them. So we can kind of see how they're scattered throughout the state to see who's using it, the types of libraries and the breakdown of that. The learner logins right here. So in March and April, we had a big jump. So more people are logging in to do continuing education. It did drop off in May. So these are unique logins. So this is every learner who is logging in at all, not necessarily the courses they're accessing. So the big jump in March and April, but then a decrease in May because libraries are preparing to reopen again. They have, more duties to kind of figure out what to do right now. So they might not have as much time to put towards their continuing education like they did in these past couple months. You can also see that here in course enrollments and courses completed. And the most popular courses to give us an idea of what people are looking at and what kind of information that they're looking for. And maybe we can kind of push these courses more to them now that we know that this is what they need. Let's see, and then lifelong learning. Let's give it a second. Okay. So this is the breakdown of the webinars and the guides that Amelia is putting out. So we wanted to track to see how many people are going to our the weekly COVID check-ins, as well as other webinars throughout the year. So you can see which webinars are most popular. So the little hand signing feeling signs that just happened last month was very popular. And we also wanted to see who is checking our webinars and guides after the fact. So these webinar views, for whatever reason, the April 22nd check-in was very popular, and then virtual storytime programming and these guides. And this is one where we're trying to figure out what we want to track more and more. So this is the information that we have, but we might add a lot more to this. For instance, we might not need these guide views once libraries start to reopen and they no longer need to refer to them. So we're going to replace it with something else. We don't know what yet, but that's part of the fun of figuring out what information we can get and what is most beneficial to both staff and our stakeholders and what people want to see. So I think I already said, but the next one that we're going to add is the Montana Memory Project, and there's some really good data there that Jennifer's gotten for me, and we can hook it up to Google Analytics to see who is using the collection and who's looking at it and kind of getting a really fun idea of how that's being utilized.
Thank you so much, Jessica.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioners, do you have any questions?
Jessica, this is Kenning. I love this. I think this is a fabulous dashboard, and I wish I had something like this. Can you go back to the map view for the Talking Book Library? Yeah, on this one. So I'm just noticed, whoops. It was there a second ago.
Let's see.
The map of the state.
Oh, for Montana Library to Go.
Yeah, right there, right there. Yeah, Montana Library to Go, sorry. And I've noticed on this map and on the other one that was on the initial dashboard, not all of the academic libraries are represented. So, for instance, on the lower in the southeast corner, there's Chief Dullknife College is there, but not other, below, Chief Dullknife, but not Little Bighorn College. And then above that, Miles Community College is there, but not Dawson Community College.
Hi, Kenning. This is Kara. Not all of the academic libraries are Montana Library to Go members, and Overdrive put a suspension on our contract a few years ago, preventing us from adding further academic libraries, though that may change with the new contract negotiation depending on the results of the RFP.
Thank you. And then similar question for the other map that was down at the bottom of the page.
Let's see.
In this
This
one?
one?
Yes. Was it this one? Yes, I think. I think I noticed that Montana State University Northern is not listed.
So this is a map of where our learners are coming from. So if we don't have any learners with that listed as their home library or workplace, they're not on this map. But I can add language to these to kind of spell that out a little bit more, because it's obvious to me because I'm staring at it and I know what is behind it, but I don't know that it's obvious to everybody, so I can add that. Thank you.
Yeah, this is Joe. This particular data set comes from Web Junction and our contract with Web Junction. So this is the content in Web Junction is really heavily directed, I think, toward public libraries. So there may not be a need for an academic library to take a course or webinar from them. And so I think that's just reflective of the kind of audience that Web Junction serves.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
If there's no more questions for Jessica, I want to ask if some of the other leads want to share some more information about the work of their staff. And Tracy, I'll start with you.
Yeah, thank you, Jenny. I gave a report at the NAC about some of the work of the staff, and actually Jenny was kind of talking about Read Squared and the Gigabit Toolkit and the mobile hotspot. And I would say that is where a lot of our efforts have been focused as we kind of try to roll out those programs. And Joe and Pam in particular have really been providing support for the Montana Library Association as they shifted to an online conference kind of format. Joe, I know, helped with the instructional design, and both she and Pam took turns hosting the events so that MLA did not have to worry about that particular piece. I guess if I were to say, specifically for staff, things I'd like to call out is definitely their customer focus. I mean, they really have been trying to listen to the librarians and board members and figure out what they need and what assistance they need. And they've shown great flexibility and just kind of dropping whatever they're working on to answer a question, because especially at the height of the COVID-19 crises, I mean, things were coming at the librarians so fast that we needed to be flexible, and they showed great flexibility in that. And then just, and this is actually kind of a call out to Kara and Amy and Jennifer as well, and Jessica too. It's been really great to see how we've kind of watched out for each other and come together, and everybody's kind of said, hey, looks like you're swamped because of whatever's going on. Let me help you with that. And that's been it's been a great support as we go through responding to COVID and recreating new routines as well. I think that's all I kind of have to say. Just please let me know if you have any questions.
Any questions for Tracy? Evan, I wanted to ask if there was anything you wanted to add.
Yes, thanks. Just very quickly, kind of high level, of course, as Jenny mentioned, this was a lot of material that we were able to pull into dashboards because we'd been collecting this data for quite some time. there aren't a lot of our digital library services in here when it comes to like cadastral and things like that. And also we see less impact from COVID specifically there. So, and that was a big part of what we wanted to highlight here today. But I will mention that I have just done a quick look at the web stats for a lot of those other items. Didn't see huge changes in patterns for cadastral, for example. There was clearly a drop off in March when a lot of work ceased, and I think it's easy to understand why that happened. And the other was actually the most significant change I saw. Most of the rest were more or less in line. The field guide saw a huge increase in March, dropped off a little bit in April, and is above normal again in May. So some interesting usage patterns there. Sorry, I don't have anything visual for you on that. The other thing I just wanted to mention is a couple of quick things, follow-ups on the Talking Book Library, and Marilyn may correct me on some of these. But one thing in particular, well, on the first page, the patrons in circulation, those last two graphics that kind of go down, one of them was machine checkouts, and that's not too surprising. We've had as few staff as possible in the building, so it's difficult to get those out. And so that just wanted to let you know there's nothing to be alerted about there or concerned, but that has picked back up. And then the other column of other checkouts are a variety of resources that we are phasing out. So cassettes and older video media. So no big concern there on those stats being lower. And on BARD, I just wanted to emphasize that, as Jessica mentioned, there wasn't a real big uptick in users. And again, that's not a huge surprise because this all came on very quickly. It's not like we had time to put a campaign to bring people into BARD together and to support and getting them on there. However, we did strongly encourage them to take a look at BARD. We've got a lot of users that were kind of we managed to convince them in the past to try out BARD, but they hadn't necessarily done a lot of use. And so what I feel like we're seeing there is some of them saying, oh, okay, I better learn how to use this and I better try this out in case we lose the ability to get physical books shipped out. And then lastly, on the recording program, I just wanted to emphasize that you will recall that about a year ago, we completed the digitization of our remaining audiobooks that were still in analog form. Since that time, there had been issues with BARD with our upload process, not on our end, on their end. And so, as Jessica mentioned, you see that real jump. It corresponds very closely to when we were finally able to get most of the rest of those recently recorded books into the system. So just a couple little interesting details worth noting.
Thanks, Evan.
Thanks.
Any of the other leads, if you have comments you want to share, Marilyn, Melissa?
This is Jennifer with the MMP, and we saw a huge jump as well, and our stats kind of mirrored what you saw on Montana Library to Go, where we had in February and March about 9,500 users looking at the page each month, looking at our web pages. And in April, we saw that jump by 2,400 users to just over 11,000, 11,900, excuse me. And then in May, we saw yet another jump of another 1,900 for a total of 13,836 users. So we're really pleased with that. And a lot of that needs to be a shout out to Jamie Fasselt, who was our temporary employee who helped me come up with MMP engagement ideas when COVID kicked off, where we scheduled out some activities. We sent those out over Wired. We also updated our webpage with those activities, and then she pushed them out on Facebook. And one of those was a meme contest that was very successful. We had 50 entries in that meme contest, and we had 3 different age groups, 10 to 18, 19 to 40, and 41 to 120. And we had 2 prize winners at each age group. And they got sent a basket of items from the Montana Historical Society, who's helped sponsor this activity with us, as well as Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks with their Montana Outdoor magazine subscription to the first place winners. So they got a little extra in the first place category. But all of those activities have been responded to very positively. Have been written letters from teachers and from historical society members, not local small historical society members, who said, hey, we've been sharing these out with our genealogy club and our historical society, and we love these activities. Thank you so much for putting them together. So I'm really appreciative of been having Jamie on board and her hard work and dedication at making some real interactive experiences for our users.
Thanks, Jennifer. Do check out the Facebook page for the Memory Project if you want to see those meme finalists. And also there's a press release linked from the news link on the State Library homepage about that contest.
Jenny, will you check that link, because it's blank when I opened it this morning.
Okay, I will.
Just FYI. And just so you know, our Facebook page saw huge increases as well. We had over 300 new likes on our Facebook page in the last 2 months, which is a huge spike in the number of likes we have there. So, you know, using that social media to push these things out has also improved the number of people who are aware of the MMP and are using it.
I can go next.
Great, thanks, Marilyn.
All right, my name is Marilyn Bennett, and I am the supervisor of the Montana Talking Book Library. Evan and Jessica already beautifully explained all the statistics and the rise in statistics and trends that we've been seeing at the Montana Book Library, Montana Talking Book Library. So I will go ahead and talk about how my team handled it, and then also some patron feedback that we've gotten. So our service is different in the fact that we rely heavily on physical materials, shipping them in and out of the library. So changing that workflow was definitely a challenge for us, and I think my team did beautifully. We have 5 out of the 6 team members that are working from home and remotely, and we still have 1 team member that goes into the library every day and ships books out and then also checks them in from the mail. He also worked out a quarantining process that quarantines the books that are coming in every day for 2 weeks. So that allayed a lot of our health concerns with the physical material still coming in. And then we've been getting great feedback from our patrons who are just so incredibly grateful that we are still able to provide the service and provide them books. And that's been very encouraging and great to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn. Anybody else I missed? I really appreciate all of you sharing your comments with the commission. It's hard for me just to capture the breadth of the impact for the overall agency, as well as just the really positive work that continues to go on from our staff, even though with a small handful of exceptions, we're all working remotely, but working very effectively together. So thank you all. I wanted to share just a little bit of information with the commission about our ongoing plans to reopen. We had said that we would evaluate reopening once the governor announced phase 2, and we're in phase 2, and of course we're still working remotely. And that's largely because the direction from the governor and the Department of Administration is to stay the course. His direction was to continue to work remotely where feasible, and I believe we continue to demonstrate our ability to work remotely successfully and to do so in a way that maintains the safety and security of our staff and our patrons, and that's of course our primary motivation. We have had conversations with the Department of Administration about what it would look like when we do reopen. And we're considering a number of potential changes just to better manage traffic flow within the building, to prevent unnecessary people coming into the library, unnecessary traffic. We have a lot of people that use our 6th Avenue entrance, for example, to come in and go to the Attorney General's office or the law library or the Supreme Court. So we're in discussions with D of A about the option to leave the 6th Avenue entrance locked at least for the foreseeable future, if not indefinitely. There are adequate ingresses and egresses throughout the building. There's the primary lobby where people can enter the building to both access the State Library as well as Supreme Court, the Law Library, and the Attorney General's office. And keeping the 6th Avenue entrance locked would eliminate traffic that isn't intending to come to the State Library from just coming through our facility. So we're testing moving our reception desk to the primary entrance off of the main lobby as a way to greet people who do come into the State Library looking for our services. We're also in communication with D of A about cleaning services that D of A will provide. And one of the things that's most concerning to me at this point is that D of A is not anticipating providing any additional cleaning services as a result of the pandemic. Our restrooms are cleaned and sanitized daily, but that's the only portion of the building that is sanitized on a daily basis. We do get light dusting and vacuuming in other areas of the building. I've been told that they only clean and sanitize conference rooms as well as doors and door handles on a weekly basis, and I find that very concerning. We've had conversations with staff about whether or not staff could take on some of those kinds of functions, and while I think some staff would be diligent in doing that, that's not what they've been hired to do. And so we're taking that information into account as we think about use of our conference rooms, especially by the public in the future. I do know that, for example, the state Capitol building has greatly limited the use of their various meeting rooms and has very detailed information about who might use those conference rooms and in what circumstances to minimize the amount of people using those rooms, especially leading up to a legislative session. So at this point in time, we've told staff that we'll just continue to hold the course, at least until we get additional guidance that may come when the governor announces phase 3. But even when we do reopen, I'm sure it will be with considerations for how we manage, especially public traffic flow into the building, preventing unnecessary public back in staff areas, and what we need to do to maintain social distancing. And then, of course, use of the conference rooms also impacts this commission and other bodies' abilities to meet in person. And so I welcome your comments and suggestions with regard to ongoing meetings as we continue to decide when and how we might reopen and begin to meet in person. And then one final note with regard to the current status of the building. We've been doing a lot of updates to the building while staff have been out, including painting areas that haven't been painted in many, many years, making some updates to the staff room. That work is all coming along very well. Not quite 2 weeks ago, boy, time gets lost when we're working remotely. I think it's not quite 2 weeks ago. We had a toilet break in one of the restrooms off of the hallway, the restroom nearest the main reception area. And thankfully it was found quickly. A staff member was here and alerted security very quickly to the break, but water was flooding into the library at a rate of 6 gallons a minute. And so by the time General Services was able to respond and turn off the water had extended down the hall into the talking book area, into the reception area, into the staff room, and just creeping into the door outside of those first offices that you come into as you begin to enter the staff area. The State General Services is responsible for taking care of the damages, and thankfully the damages were very, very minimal. We had a lot of furniture moved out of the way because of the painting and other work that was going on. We don't believe we lost any furniture or any other kinds of materials. There is a storage area just down the hall from that restroom, as well as the machine room in the talking book area that had some water infiltration, but we had metal shelves in those areas and everything was up on shelves. And so we don't believe that we lost any hardware, any equipment, or any other kinds of materials. Most of the shelves in the storage room had been removed to allow that space to dry out. And so we have some work to do to reorganize that area once the shelves are back in place. But overall, we were very, very lucky, especially considering that this was a Friday heading into evening. It could have flooded for a significant amount of time before anybody realized. So we were very fortunate there. Dayspring remediation was here to make sure that things were properly dried with humidifiers throughout the building for upwards of a week. We're continuing to work with general services. They are replacing and repairing walls in both of those restrooms there. So work to be done there to replace walls, replace wallpaper, the flooring in those restrooms. Our one question at this point, the carpet that was impacted by the water, it was already in terrible shape and is now very badly stained. We've been told that they'll try to shampoo it one more time, but in all likelihood, I suspect we'll be getting some new carpet in those affected areas. And again, that carpet's in terrible shape anyway, so that would actually be a benefit to the overall agency. So if you're going to have a flood in a building, it couldn't have happened in better circumstances with no staff impacted and no materials or furniture impacted as well. Any questions? I see that time is getting long, and I did want to share just a few other updates as part of my state librarian's report. The link there is for our work plan dashboard that we continue to maintain. So I encourage you to look at that dashboard and let us know if you have any questions. I wanted to share an update about where we are with the Natural Heritage Program administrative changes that you approved at your February meeting. I am very pleased to say that we were able to negotiate agreements with both the University of Montana as well as an umbrella agreement with the Office of the Commissioner of Higher Ed. The umbrella agreement allows us to partner with any affiliate campus that may wish to take on grants and contracts in the name of the Heritage Program. It specifies that the state library would receive 50% of any negotiated overhead that affiliate campus would negotiate with the grantor or contractor to help support the overall administration of the program. The umbrella agreement has a sample agreement that we can readily put into effect to make sure that we're able to easily and efficiently enter into those kinds of agreements with those affiliate campuses. And then the agreement with UM again calls for the transfer of those positions that we've discussed at your previous meeting, specifically the information services staff and the program coordinator. Will continue to contract for the lead staff, including the lead zoologist and his assistant, and the lead botanist, the spatial analysis lab director, and then there's some additional funding for wetlands imaging and wetlands photo interpretation work. I think the one thing that's primarily different from what we had proposed at the February meeting is that we have agreed, at least in this first year contract, to share the coordinator position with the university so that that position is available to continue to supervise those lead staff who remain employees of the university. The split that we've negotiated is a 75 80-25 split, with 75% of that person's time working for the state library, and human resources decisions about that position falling to the state library. The university agreed to transfer those supplemental core dollars as we requested on an ongoing basis to the state library. They're subject to the 50% overhead transfer on all grants and contracts. And then there are some balances in a sales and service account. Those are dollars that were collected through the supplemental core agreements that have not yet been spent. And we've negotiated to have the balance of that account transferred to the state library on September 1st. So by and large, I'm very, very pleased. And I want to share my appreciation with OCHI and They negotiated with us in good faith for the benefit of the program, for the benefit of the university system and the state library. And I feel like we're in a very, very good position going forward. So I just wanted to share that update with you. Time is getting close, and so with Sharon on board, one of our next steps will be to go through the recruitment process that's necessary to bring on the information services staff. And so we'll be working very quickly to try to get that done. Any questions about where we stand with that work?
Overall, given the changes in the COVID, morale is good? Question? With natural heritage.
Yeah, I think, their work is continuing. I think that was primarily the concern, was that this would impact their work, and we haven't seen that impact. I know that the staff, the information services staff, are anxious to have the recruitment portion resolved. And of course, we needed to wait for signatures on final agreements for that to happen. So with those agreements routing for signature, we should be able to make that happen very quickly. And then finally, an update on our House Bill 633 study. The subcommittee of the Legislative Finance Committee hadn't met for a couple of months because of the pandemic, and has since met twice in the last 10 days, or almost 2 weeks now. I was a little bit concerned going into the first hearing that they would just sort of say the time isn't right to be continuing this study given some of the financial uncertainty as a result of the pandemic, but that's not been the case. They continue to show very strong support and a very strong desire to continue to find an alternative way to fund the state library. There are 4 options that the committee is currently considering. And again, as a subcommittee of the Legislative Finance Committee, as that subcommittee works through these options, they are making these as recommendations back to the larger Finance Committee. The first option is a fixed cost option that would be applied to all agencies. And they have sent a request to the Governor's Office of Budget and Program Planning, suggesting that the state library be included in those agencies that are funded through fixed costs. I want to acknowledge Nancy Hall from the Governor's Budget Office, who's joined us here today. In a conversation with Amy Sassano and Nancy last week, we were advised that the Governor's Office would take that recommendation from the subcommittee into consideration as they look at building the overall budget. They're certainly not in a position to commit to anything, and they share everyone's concerns about the overall economic situation that the state finds themselves in. I certainly don't want to speak for the Governor's Budget Office, but Nancy is here if you have any questions. The subcommittee did say that should a fixed cost not be included in the governor's budget, that would be something they would look to our education budget subcommittee to add to the state library budget during the legislative session, next session. Several subcommittee members suggested that they hope that the fixed cost could be, quote, front loaded into the governor's budget, so it's there and assured. But they also acknowledged that there will be an administrative change before the next legislative session that would change the overall governor's budget as well. So that's the first option that they're exploring. The second option that they took action on at their Monday meeting was to propose draft legislation that would double the fee for the Land Information Act. As you all know, that fee right now is $1 included in the overall recordation fees found in Montana statute. And they have draft legislation that would double that amount to $2, maintaining the current split between the state library and the counties. That split right now is 75 cents coming to the state library, 25 cents going to counties. With this proposed legislation, it would mean $1.50 coming to the state library and 50 cents staying with the counties. Again, I mentioned that the subcommittee took action on that. They unanimously passed a motion to make this recommendation to the larger Legislative Finance Committee. They are meeting on Friday to hear that recommendation. And I also wanted to mention that there was representatives from MACO and the Clerk and Recorders Association there. They said they understood the need for the state library to have more funding and made the subcommittee aware that they too are considering increasing their fees, and said that if this legislature is going to consider recordation fees, that they too may try to increase fees overall. The third source of funding that they are considering is enabling the state library to receive administrative dollars through the state's collection of 911 fees. There's I think it's $1 per connection fee that we all pay on our phone bills that's collected for state emergency response and 911. The statute allows for some of those dollars to be used for administrative purposes, and legislative staff have determined that the state library would be an eligible recipient to help support our GIS work to support Next Generation 911. And so the legislative subcommittee has directed their staff to bring draft legislation to an August meeting that the subcommittee can consider that would direct some of those dollars to the state library. And then the fourth option that they've been considering is some kind of private sector economic model. There was some discussion about a subscription service, for example, based on a newspaper kind of model. The power users who logged in more than a certain number of times a month would have to pay some kind of subscription fee. At their meeting on Monday, that idea was, I think, fairly well put down. And the Chair Beatty, said that he understood that there were deep philosophical differences between the state library and the committee, as well as amongst the committee members, and didn't feel like the committee could come to consensus on a subscription-based model in time for them to propose any kind of services for the next legislative session. So I think that's encouraging. I'm cautious that I don't want to do anything to jeopardize the political goodwill that we have with the committee right now, and there are a number of legislators who do see the need for some kind of private sector-based model to help fund the state library. The one idea that has some traction right now is the idea of using ads services on the state library website. And I think specifically the legislative committee is thinking about ads on some of our applications like cadastral. And the committee has directed their staff to further explore what that option could look like. What I told the committee on Monday is, if that is a reasonable idea, it's probably it's probably better to approach that kind of idea from the larger state government perspective rather than a single agency perspective. I don't want, for example, our staff to have to be responsible for selling ads and determining what kinds of ads might be appropriate on our agency's website. It seems like those are decisions that would be best left up to the State Information Technology Services Division and perhaps the Department of Commerce. And that if this is an idea that's worth exploring, it's probably worth exploring for the wider state government, and that the committee could perhaps consider a state special revenue account where revenues from ads were collected and then distributed out to agencies as the legislature saw fit. Again, the direction to legislative staff is to further explore an ads-based model with potential funding for the state library as well as the wider state government.
I'd just like to note that as a library, one of our 5 sort of sacred precepts is save the time of the user. It's difficult to imagine how ads would advance that.
Mm-hmm. I think there's a lot to be positive about coming out of the hearing. Again, strong support for the agency, strong support for trying to find more stable sources of funding. So that's all good news. I'm very pleased with the idea of the 911 dollars as well as increasing the MLIA dollars. Those have very strong momentum at this point. And I think there, we're talking about potentially generating about $1.5 million additional dollars for the state library.
Jenny, this is Ken. Are there other actions you think that we need to start thinking about in relation to sort of underlying capability to work with local governments? We don't have the same kind of, we have a direct linkage with our MSDI and the site structure, the structure data, the road centerline data, administrative data. So we're already kind of covered in terms of the base importance of that in terms of our overall mission, but we don't have the same flexibility. And what I'm wondering is, for instance, if just conjecturing here, but if the state library were to either assign existing staff or hire new staff potentially in the future, if there was an increase, say, in the 911 fees for support for local governments, do we need additional infrastructure in place to make that happen, or do you see it working under our existing, I'm not sure I'm being very clear on this, but under our existing framework with that?
Ken, specific to 911 support, what we've been thinking about here is it's sort of two-part. Some additional staff, a couple of additional staff to help provide that kind of consulting role back to local governments, as well as contract for contracted services to help with the ongoing data assessment, updates, and maintenance, make sure that local data is meeting the 911 standards. So increasing our capacity in those two different ways.
Okay. I see a real need for that, particularly with more than half the counties or public service answering points, the 911 centers in Montana are don't have any local GIS capability to support them, and it's a much greater challenge that there's not a lot of money. There's no right now. The only money is from the 911 fee that I'm aware of. There's no federal funding being proposed at this point. It's a one-time sort of major action to move to next generation 911, and so I see that some of these counties really struggling to make that happen, along with COVID budgets and everything else happening. So with this action, I realize it's very early in the process, but would the state library be able to have some stability in that, or would we be constantly in negotiation year by year with the 911 Office of Department of Administration?
That's a good question. There are two vehicles by which we would have those funds. And the subcommittee directed their staff to look into those options. One would be through House Bill 2. And I think if they went with a House Bill 2 option, there may be more of a need to have to evaluate that amount year after year. And that can be good and bad. I mean, if we need more money, there's a mechanism there for us to ask for more funds. The other option that we've been directed to evaluate is whether or not this funding request would meet the criteria for a statutory appropriation. And so depending on what staff learn and the recommendations they make to the committee, the draft legislation that they could propose could direct an amount of funding in statute. That's good, of course, in that amount of funding is then guaranteed unless the statute is changed. But to increase funds in the future, then you're needing to reopen that statute and possibly renew that statute in the future.
Seems to me, while the state library considers its role in this, that there are two kind of forks in the trail. One is building capacity locally or in counties, basically helping them develop the capacity to do their own GIS and own next-gen 911. The other is just getting the job done. And I think at some point we may need to be thoughtful about what our role is. And I actually don't have a strong opinion either way, but it seems to me that one may be the enemy of the other.
One thought that just occurred to me that I hadn't thought about before is that the proposal to increase MLIA as well as the next generation 911 funds, there's an argument that they could work well together for that purpose. The doubling the amount of funding to local governments for GIS at the local level will help build that capacity at the local level. For the smallest counties, it's probably just not going to be enough, but for a lot of them, that would be a very positive step in the right direction with the added support and capacity that could come from more consulting from the state library through the next generation 911 dollars as well as the MLI increase. So I think there's an argument for us to make to talk about those two funding sources in tandem.
That's a great idea.
It's a great idea. I better write it down.
Does anybody else have any questions for Jenny before we call for a break? Well, I'm sensitive to the fact that this is a very lengthy agenda for an online meeting, so I want to be sure that we insert plenty of breaks. I do appreciate all of the staff who attended to give reports about the dashboard and about the other activities that they've been involved in. Thank you very much for sticking through this part of the meeting. And of course, you're welcome to attend the rest of the meeting. I hope that some of you are able, that you have the time and inclination to do that. And Jenny, thank you for your report. That a lot has been going on. So right now it's 10:51. I think we should reconvene at 11 o'clock and then take regular periodic breaks today. And so we'll come back with an action item.
Great.
So we'll reconvene at 11.
Great.
How to tell exactly who's returned. So maybe we'll give one more minute.
I'm in.
Hi, Jane. Hi. Oh, okay. Some people are back, just getting their cameras back on.
Those tricky cameras.
Let's see. Oh, I'm so glad so many people are sticking around. Okay, well, we are at 11:01, so we'll officially reconvene. And this next item, agenda item, is an action item. Hopefully, you've all had a chance to look at the memo that was drafted It's linked in the agenda if you haven't, and it's brief, but I'll hand it over to Jenny to talk about the 2020 pay incentive distribution strategy. And before we do take action on this, we will have a public comment period.
Thanks, Anne. As Anne said, the memo lays out staff's recommendation for a pay incentive for this fiscal year. The first point I want to make is that pay incentives, bonuses, or one-time funding are allowed for in the state's broadband pay plan policy. The other advantage of this kind of pay incentive is that it doesn't obligate the state to any kind of ongoing funding, as you would see through a pay increase for employees. We received increased funds for FTE from the last legislative session, and it took us a significant amount of time to fill those positions this year for a couple of reasons. A couple of the positions, as I alluded to earlier, were filled by internal staff, and so we had the domino effect of continuing recruitment throughout the year as we filled one position and then had to fill another position. So we had that ongoing funding and vacancy available through that kind of recruitment process. And then it took a little while for us to fill our GIS tech positions, which generated the amount of vacancy savings that we have. As a reminder, we did, through action at your April 27th meeting, agreed to expend a fairly significant amount of that funding on our hotspot lending program, those hotspots that are now going out to staff. But we still project around $100,000 in vacancy savings that we would use to fund this pay incentive. The other point I wanted to make to commissioners is that we are now fully staffed. And so we'll be watching our positions very carefully and making sure that we're able to maintain the required amount of vacancy savings going into the next fiscal year. We do not anticipate having anywhere near this amount of personal services funding available for any kind of pay incentive next year. You've heard staff talk at length about the work that's been done by the agency to maintain our services and to support our partners during the pandemic. The one point we haven't hit on is just the personal toll that this has had on our employees. While we have a number of employees who normally work from home, with the exception of just a handful of people who are coming in routinely to the agency, everyone else had to pick up their desks, find new ways to accommodate working from home. We have many staff who have children and other kinds of family needs that they are also working to support while also working at home. So in addition to just the incredibly high level of performance staff have performed in this manner while juggling both the family needs as well as the emotional toll that we've all been working under as we've gone through this pandemic. So I really want to take this opportunity to acknowledge and recognize the staff and their exceptionally high work during this really hard time, and therefore recommend to the commission that we approve this one-time only pay incentive as staff have laid out.
First, I'll ask if any commissioners have questions for Jenny.
I guess I have two questions. One is, has this been discussed with the governor's office? And the other is, do you have any concerns whatsoever that this might present optics that would complicate our work to increase funding with the legislature?
To your first question, Bruce, we have not discussed it. I should say I have not discussed it. Melissa, excuse me, may have discussed it with the budget office. It's allowed for under the state broadband pay plan policy. We're not doing anything different from there. So it's not been our standard practice to discuss these pay incentives with the budget office when we've requested them in the past. Secondly, I don't consider, I'm not concerned about the optics. This is something that we have done in the past. It expends our personal services dollars in accordance with the state broadband pay plan policy. And as I said, going into this next fiscal year and next legislative session, we are fully staffed. And we know that we won't have this kind of vacancy savings in the future. So it's an appropriate use of the funds according to the state broadband pay plan policy. We are now fully staffed, which was the intent of the legislature when they restored some of this personal services funding to the agency.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the commission?
This is Jamie, and I move that we accept this proposal for the process.
I'll second that motion.
Ken has a second. I wanted to open it to public comment. I'm glad we have the motions on the table and those can stay on the table. But do any members of the public have comments for us? Okay, hearing none, I'll call for a vote on.
Got one additional, sorry, this is Ken. I've got one additional question. Are the staff that are working at home getting any additional assistance for any costs associated with that, like internet, for example, monthly internet fees and such?
Ken, that's a good question. No, there are no additional funding. We had staff take computer resources from the library, either desktops or laptops, so they have work-related equipment at home, but there's no additional funding for office setup or office costs. And that was a point that was made in the information we received from the governor's office when the work from home, the stay-at-home orders were first announced. We were told that there would be no additional funding for help with setup of an office for working remotely.
Okay, thanks.
So there's a motion and a second to approve the 2020 pay incentive, and I'd like to take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. Motion carries. Our next item we'll move on to is the Network Advisory Council report, and we have a number of people involved in that report. Jenny, Tracy, Jennifer, and Kara, it looks like. So the Network Advisory recently met at length and came up with a report for us. So I'd like to turn it over to, I'm not sure who wants to take the lead on this.
I'll just briefly say you have a memo from Tracy and Kara and myself describing the discussion from the Network Advisory Council. If you have any questions about that memo, please let me know. The budget recommendations from the Network Advisory Council are reflected in the budget report that we'll consider in later action. So that important recommendation from the NAC is already reflected in that action item. What I did want the commission to hear was an update from Jennifer and Kara about some important procurements that we have ongoing that relate to some of our statewide projects, Montana Library to Go, OCLC, and the Montana Memory Project. So I'll turn that over to Kara first.
Hello. So we have two contracts that we are currently working to get set up for fiscal year 21. Both of those contracts are expiring at the end of this month. And we started this work back in August, really, when we started putting together a request for information committee for each of the contracts, the OCLC Group Services contract and the Montana Library to Go contract, which is currently held by Overdrive, to go through the request for information process to help us assess the lay of the land with the vendors and available services so that we could craft an effective RFP, which was going to be necessary for our
Kara, I'm
procurement
going to
this year.
interrupt. I apologize. If I could ask others who aren't speaking to mute themselves.
You are you hearing some kind of yeah, that I've got a couple of kids doing some building with wooden blocks in the background, so sorry for the ambient kid voice.
I thought perhaps it was demolition work.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sorry about that. And so we went through the RFI and received several responses for Montana Library to Go for e-content, and gave us good cause to move forward with an RFP, which we opened in January and received 6 responses for that RFP, which the RFP committee scored in March. We reviewed 3 demos from the top scoring offers in April, and had been all set to award the contract when there was some contention about the way that the cost proposal was scored. And in subsequent conversation with procurement, it was determined that we were not able to go back and get clarification on the scoring for the cost proposal based on the way it was worded. For those of you who are not familiar with the way that e-content contracts are sometimes a little bit apples and oranges. For example, Montana Library to Go, the Overdrive contract, we have a hosting fee, an annual hosting fee, which remains static. And then we have our content budget, which the participating libraries contribute to, and that can be variable. But it has a minimum threshold in order to really meet the needs of our users. If we scored on the lowest bid for the content budget, technically somebody could say you only have to spend $10 on content, but that would obviously not meet the needs of our users. Whereas other service providers like Hoopla and Canopy and those sort of demand-driven models don't require a hosting fee, but the amount that we might spend on content is entirely dependent on user engagement. So it was difficult to write the cost proposal in a way that could allow us to truly equitably score that portion, which we realized after we reviewed all of the responses. So long story short, we have had to reissue that RFP on a fast track 3-week timeline, which is currently open. And we have revised the cost proposal section to be very granular in scoring on the cost of content, which we don't anticipate is going to be very different from one offer to the other, as these are largely set by publisher. So that may help us to have more of a fair assessment of the scoring, dividing out by content and then also other various hosting costs. So we hope that, and we've also included a scenario for offerers to respond to, which takes into account our realistic content budget range and does not necessarily weight more on who bids the lowest, which is not our intent. So that is where we are with Montana Library to Go, and we hope to resolve that this month. And we are also, we have also made it clear to procurement that we cannot have any interruption in service to those libraries. And so whatever happens with the RFP, we will have sustained service throughout the entire process and no interruption at the end of the fiscal year. For OCLC, the group services contract is composed of cataloging, interlibrary loan, and currently we also have a content DM for the Montana Memory Project attached to that contract. And this year, Jennifer will go into more details about the procurement process for Montana Memory Project, but we split that out in order to assess whether there were other options available for cataloging and ILL. And we ran an RFI for those services as well, and found that we did not have we actually did not have any other respondents for cataloging and an ILL. And so we have moved into a sole source negotiation with OCLC. OCLC provided 4 different contract scenarios to us for pricing, which would allow us to refine the level of services for libraries depending upon their needs. And so right now we have complete unlimited access to original cataloging, copy cataloging, unlimited access to ILL for all subscribers. And our data reflects the fact that most schools, for example, do not use ILL at all. Some do. Most publics do not use original cataloging functions, but many use it a lot. So we're trying to make this contract, we're trying to right scale the contract so that we're paying for the services that all of our members need, no more, no less. And OCLC did provide some really granular data to us this week. So I'm going through that data to make sure that the proposal we select very clearly reflects the needs of each of our members, and so that we're asking them to pay for the appropriate level of services. So pretty confident that we can get through the OCLC contract negotiations this next couple of weeks. And I will turn it over to Jennifer to share details on the MMP portion of that current contract.
Thanks, Kara. So we did break off and wrote a separate MMP for the Montana Memory portion of that contract in hopes of finding a replacement for Content DM. It's been 13 years since we started with Content DM, and we have not done an RFP since, so it was time to see what kind of competition might be out there for Content DM and if there was a better option for us to utilize. We had 7 respondents. Procurement dismissed one of those because they did not meet all the requirements. The committee met a couple of weeks ago now and evaluated the 6 and scored the 6 that did meet the requirements. We narrowed that pool down to 3, and the top 3 now get to do product demonstrations. We will start those next week. We have 1 next week and 2 the following week. And based on those final scores, because they are all within very close numbers, that product demonstration could make or break what the outcome is. Content DM is still in the running. They are one of those 3, as well as a company out of New Zealand called Recollect, which is just breaking into the United States market, and then a company from back east called PSTF. I'm going to say that wrong. It's an acronym. PTFS. There we go. Yeah, PTFS. So we're anxious to see the products in action from the top 3 scorers on paper, and hopefully we'll come up with the best option from that.
Any questions for Kara or Jennifer?
I'd just like to thank both Jennifer and Kara for the work that they're doing on this. I appreciate the effort and the complexity of it. Also, just like to note that for OCLC, in terms of their cost, there is not an appreciable difference in what they're offering Montana. You know, if a library has access, has permission to do full cataloging and doesn't do any, that doesn't add any cost really appreciable to OCLC unless something has changed in the last decade. So just from an offer point of view, I hope that OCLC has the uncommon good sense of making a generous offer to Montana libraries with the understanding that we're all in the library development business. They are too, and the degree to which the state library is able to leverage library development through this statewide contract is not only in the interest of our libraries and the people in our communities, but it's also in OCLC's interest. And I hope that they have some sense that that is true. And I really could have said that a lot grumpier.
I will simply say that I find it very unfortunate that OCLC is not being a better partner in this process.
I'm very sorry that it's falling on Jennifer's and Kara's shoulders to cope with the lack of optimum partnership.
And they're doing a fantastic job. And again, I want to commend John, our new grants and contracts coordinator, for his support in this process as well. Again, as I said, the discussions with regard to funding priorities from the Network Advisory Council are reflected in your FY21 budget. A couple of points I will make. The Network Advisory Council is recommending that we hold online training events for the coming fiscal year. So that is a change reflected in the overall budget. We felt like it was important to get their input on whether or not we should hold face-to-face meetings. We had already postponed the Directors Institute, and then we have the fall workshops coming up in September, as well as some other trainings planned. And at the advice of the Network Advisory Council, and to ease planning for this next year, their recommendation is that we hold those kinds of training events online. And of course, Joe Flick and our great staff are already planning for those training opportunities to make sure that regardless the format, that they're equally meaningful as in-person trainings. And then an item that the Network Advisory Council has discussed at length in the past is the courier, and wanting to better understand what kinds of fulfillment options exist for libraries sharing resources and getting physical resources in the hands of our users. And so there's some dedicated funding proposed in the budget that would allow us to conduct a study over the next fiscal year to consider what kinds of options might be available for the courier in the future. Tracy, did you have anything you wanted to highlight from the Network Advisory Council meeting?
I think what I really appreciated from the council was the discussion about the economic development. And there are so many ways that libraries could go to support economic development efforts. And I think Amelia, Ann, and I found it really helpful to hear from council members. And as a result of that, we're really kind of focusing on small business support, because that is something that libraries get a lot of requests for, is how to set up a small business. So we really want to work on that. And then also with the potential, or I guess we officially are in a recession, being able to help those who might need to find new jobs, which is a traditional role that libraries have played. So that was very helpful because of how many different ways we could go. And then the other conversation we found really helpful was the COVID-19 debriefing. And that work, I used that work to kind of lay out our plans for next year and what we're going to focus on and what areas we're going to focus on. And that was also very helpful because, again, there's so many different ways we could go, and to have that focus will make us more effective. I think those are the main points I wanted to make.
Thanks, Tracy.
Thank you to everyone on the Network Advisory Council, and to those of you who came to speak to it today, to speak to the report. Does anybody have any questions for anybody who's spoken in regard to the Network Advisory Council report? It's not an action item. It's an information item. So if you have any questions.
Jenny, are you able to elaborate a little more on how OCLC has not been a good partner, or is that not a public conversation?
I guess I'm comfortable sharing for the public record just the lack of response that we have gotten from them. Kara first attempted to engage our sales rep in early March after the conclusion of the RFI, asking for the different kinds of cost proposals that they could offer that might reflect how libraries use OCLC. And also at that time asked for use statistics so that we could evaluate their statistics against the information that we had in place. It finally took me contacting a vice president last week for us to get any kind of response at all. We were put off and put off and put off. We had told them that we had a network advisory council meeting and would like to bring proposals to the network advisory council meeting, and we heard nothing until I finally had to contact a vice president and remind them that we have a contract up at the end of this year for us to see any kind of movement at all.
Wow, thank you.
If I may, just for the bigger picture, there was also a similar problem with the RFP for MMP. When procurement reached out to them to schedule the product demo, they failed to respond. And Lauren was at the point where she said, if they don't respond by 5 o'clock Friday, I'm moving on to the other two and scheduling them first, even though the intent was to give the highest score in our written documents first choice. They did get scheduled, but I know there's frustration on more than one level about their responsiveness.
I'm very concerned that our library's workflows are so deeply tied to OCLC at this point, because I don't believe that OCLC considers us a valuable customer at this time.
Oh, just for a little perspective, OCLC has the same problem we do with cost sharing formulas. So you know approximately what it costs to do business, and you know approximately what your group of users is. How do you fairly distribute those costs? Some schemes are more progressive than others, and some schemes are more regressive than others. I believe that's probably at the root of some of the problem, plus the fact that public libraries and consortia are a difficult problem for OCLC, and it appears what they've done is, except in the case of small academic consortia, is they've just backed away from the problem, which I don't believe is in anyone's best interest, obviously. But I do have a little bit of sympathy for them because it is a difficult problem. I mean, the charges that we all get from OCLC have a certain arbitrary sort of root for the same reason that we found it difficult to do cost sharing.
Yep. I can appreciate that. What I don't have patience for is the lack of communication. It shouldn't take us 3 months to get use statistics.
Are there any additional comments or questions regarding the Network Advisory Council report? Okay, well, thank you to everyone who worked hard on all of those tasks and contributing to that report and putting it into words that we can all understand, because I know there's a lot that goes into those RFPs. And it sounds like a lot more than usual that goes into those communications. The next agenda item is the Finance Committee report, and Melissa will take the lead on that. That one is divided into 2 different action items. So, and they're very distinct. So we'll take them, we won't try to do it in one motion. We'll take that in 2 motions. And so first, Melissa will talk to us about the third quarter financial report and then also the FY21 opening budget. And I'm sure we've all looked at the report, but it's understandable if you're going to be looking at a second screen while she talks, because she's going to be referring, I assume, to her graphics that she's created. So what I'll do is talk about first, Melissa will talk about the third quarter financial report, and then I'll ask for commissioner questions, and then I'll take public comment, and then we'll proceed with a vote. So Melissa.
All right. See if I can share. Okay, let's see. Does that look?
Yep, you're looking good.
Okay. All right. So we'll start at the top of the financial report that was posted on the website. And we'll talk about our third quarter financial report first. This will be brief because it is all outdated all of a sudden, because we had lots of things happen to us in the last several weeks and months. The Finance Committee met with Jenny and I last Monday, and we had a very full agenda and a robust discussion. And so the first thing we talked about was the third quarter financials. We typically at this point are getting ready for year-end planning. And everything that we had planned so far sort of went in the trash can with the onset of COVID. So as of the end of the third quarter, which was the end of March, our agency was 55% expended across all the different fund types. And so I will say that really nothing notable happened during the third quarter. Everything sort of went as planned, and then everything changed shortly after that. So this second chart just shows a breakout of that 55% expended by work group within our agency. And we're pleased with how everything went through the third quarter. Below also is our charts that represent the balance in some of our major non-general fund funds. The first is the trust. You can see listed here are the projects that have been approved, the status of the approved projects by the commission. And you can see that right now we currently only have the website redesign is an open project at this time. The balance of our trust account is sort of just gradually decreasing, which is as expected. We got the large donation several years ago and have been spending those funds according to the projects. The second balance that we review on a monthly basis is our MWIA land information account balance. And you can see that there's been a steady increase over the past several quarters. It's a little bit misleading because we have not, one of the major expenses out of this fund is our grant program. And we typically see most of those expenditures during the last quarter of the fiscal year as the local partners are wrapping up their projects. I expect to see many extensions to those grants this year because of COVID. And so we will probably see a delay in the decrease of the balance of this fund as they extend those projects. And then this is just some quick charts that show the reconciliations that we do each month for our major non-general fund funds. And then I'll just quickly, this isn't, well, actually I'll stop and have discussion on the third quarter financials before we move on.
Does anyone have any questions for Melissa in regard to the third quarter financial report? Do any members of the public have any questions for Melissa in regard to this report? Okay, Melissa, do you have anything to add before the commission takes a vote?
I do not.
Okay.
This is Erin. I move to accept the third quarter financials.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second. It's Kenning. I'll second.
Okay. All in favor? Or is it session? Sorry. All in favor of accepting the third quarter financial report, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carried. We'll move on now to the second piece of the Finance Committee report, which is the State Library FY21 opening budget.
And before we get to that, I'll just sneak in this chart about outlining the expenditures related to COVID at the State Library, just because I wanted everybody to be aware of those expenditures. So we talked at length at the beginning of the commission meeting on the different initiatives, but I wanted to show the breakout of the different funds that we're applying to cover these expenses. So this last column here is our CARES Act money, and that totaled $96,000. And you can see that we spread those expenses across these three initiatives. We have undertaken an overhaul of our year-end spending. And so because we had we immediately didn't have many expenses that we thought we were going to have for things like conferences and travel. We ended up having a lot of unspent appropriations for LSTA 19 and also for general fund, which was part vacancy savings and then part travel, those other costs that we're not incurring because of COVID. So we are utilizing our excess general fund and LSTA 19 to cover the remaining, these other costs for those initiatives. So we were able to pull together a meaningful amount of money to help support these really important initiatives. And I'm really proud of how fast everybody at the agency was able to pull these things together. So that's not an item that anybody needs to vote on, but I wanted everybody to be aware of how these monies were being spent. Okay, so then we'll go on to next year's budget, which starts in 3 weeks, if you can believe that. We're really excited. Usually we take this budget after the new year has already started. So we're really excited that with our new process, we can do it beforehand and have everything in the system before the year starts. So we approached next year's budget very cautiously. We are in a pandemic and we are unsure of what the future holds as far as funding. And so we wanted to be extremely cautious going forward. So our proposed budget for next year includes the personal services funding for the existing staff, which we are almost fully staffed. There are 2 positions I think that we're holding open to make sure that we can cover our vacancy savings. And then there are reduced costs for travel and training because those things will likely be all online for the next fiscal year, and we want to plan for that just in case that's the case anyways. There are also included our normal annual costs, annual subscription costs or contractual costs that we're obligated to pay. And then beyond that, we did not add any other costs just because we want to be very careful. So you can see that One other thing I wanted to mention is that this is just our base budget, our House Bill 2 budget. So this doesn't include any additional grants that are awarded to the agency outside of House Bill 2. This first chart is just sort of a summary that's broken the budget out by our work group. And then down below, I've included in more detail each project within each work group and the budget that was appropriated to it by fund. So one thing I would like to point out is that we have this special projects line, which is where we placed the remaining appropriation that is still available beyond those expenses that I just mentioned that we included in the budget. So this is sort of our holding space. We have ideas on how we'd like to spend this, but we want to be extremely cautious going into this next year in case we need to have extra monies for something else. One other thing that we've been working with the budget office on are our coal monies, because those are very dependent on what's going on economically. We did get information and new projections from the budget office for our specific coal fund, and there was a pretty significant decrease, projected decrease in the cash flow for next year of a little bit more than 20%. And so you can see that we have set aside that amount that we think will be a reduced amount in cash in this special projects line. So we will not move forward and spend that until that cash is actually made available. So then moving on, you can see all of our LSTA projects are listed here with the updated numbers from NAC. I'll also mention that we have our new Heritage, well, the Heritage program has its own project now that will reflect the new agreements that are in the process of being signed. And I'll also note that we have the new EMLIA grants that were awarded recently for the next fiscal year. And so the total base budget that we have planned for next year is almost $7 million across all the different funding streams. Does anybody have any questions about that? I think that's all I wanted to say about next year's budget.
I'm just, as always, concerned that some of the projects which promote central to libraries around the state are being paid for by coal money. And as that decreases, we're going to have to find replacements for that. And I know that that's part of ongoing discussion, but I think it's a car crash that we can all anticipate, and be nice to take and actually not hit the brick wall too hard.
In addition to Melissa's comments about bringing you the next fiscal year's budget at your June meeting, which I think is a great step forward, I also want to acknowledge that staff worked hard to align our LSTA award with the state fiscal year. Some of you will recall the challenge that we used to have in tracking federal fiscal awards, which are made for 2 years across 3 state fiscal years. And there was this kind of constant revolving process of rolling funds from one LSTA award into the next fiscal year. And it got to be incredibly challenging for us to track. For staff, it became very challenging for us to report to you. And I'm sure it was confusing for people who don't necessarily understand how the federal and state fiscal years don't align. And so we worked hard this last year to make sure that one LSTA award will be spent in one state fiscal year. And that required us to make some changes in the overall budgeting process last year. And that's now fully reflected in this fiscal year going forward. So I'm really, really excited for that change.
We've talked about this a little bit before, but I wouldn't, am I muted? No, okay. I want to commend Melissa, you know, for all of the changes that she's made in order to bring, you know, very complicated financial information before the commission in a way that we can understand it better. And I also appreciate that we do have a subcommittee, a finance committee that includes 3 commissioners, which is short of a quorum, so that's appropriate. But it's always interesting to be in those meetings because we're able to ask the questions that we have. And so it seems like, you know, once a few commissioners have looked at it and asked questions, Melissa is able to anticipate what our questions will be and then bring this information to us all in a way that is much less time consuming in our commission meetings, and, you know, just in general, more efficient for the state library. So thank you, Melissa, for that. Are there any other questions for Melissa regarding this report, either from commissioners or from the public?
This is Jamie, and Anne, I would like to second your comments about the work that Melissa does. Nobody likes looking at numbers. She does a terrific job, and she does such a good job explaining what and where and why. Melissa, I want to let you know that I personally appreciate your hard work. Thank you.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
If there are no further comments, I'd like to entertain a motion.
I move we approve.
Bruce moves. Approve.
Second.
Jamie moves that we second the FY21 opening budget. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Thank you very much, Melissa. Before we go on to a lunch break, we'll hear the Federation FY21 plans of service. And this is an action item. But what I'd like to do is to hear all of the plans of service, and then to, if the commissioners are amenable, to adopt all of them as one action item. If there is a plan of service that we want to talk about, then maybe we need to split it into different action items. But we have a lot of the coordinators here to speak to their plans, and we have also already been able to review their plans. So let's hope that we can do it one action item. If we need to split it up, then we will. So we'll go alphabetically by federation, which means John Finn is first up from Broad Valleys.
Hi, everybody. Welcome, or thanks for having us this morning. Construction at the main Lewis and Clark Library was a nightmare this morning, so I had to come home so that I could hear this meeting. So I'm glad that I was able to join you guys. Our fiscal year 21 plan of service includes $47,655 to be split among the libraries and the Federation. We put $6,000 towards our annual meeting, $10,500 towards continuing ed, $30,193 towards resource sharing and technology, and we increased the admin costs to $1,000 for fiscal year 21 because it is my plan to step down as Federation coordinator in fiscal year 21. And that increased admin cost will allow the next administrator to travel to the required commission meetings in October. I have a couple of folks who might be interested in being coordinator right now. One of them is on the line or on this meeting, and that's Karen Ketchu. And I will talk to Karen as soon as I can about responsibilities. But we had to cancel our spring retreat this year for fiscal year 20, which saw us saving $5,100 for our retreat, which we voted to spend on Montana Library to Go content, which we have cut a check for that already, and that has been added to Montana Library to Go. So that's the plan of service for 21. It's not very different from fiscal year 20, other than an increase in admin costs and an announcement that I do plan to step down. I would be open to questions. We hope that we're able to have a retreat next year. Hope everybody is safe and healthy by then. But if you have any questions, let me know.
John, I don't have a question, but I just want to thank you for stepping up to serve. You've been an amazing leader for Broad Valleys, and I know that I speak on behalf of the Broad Valleys Libraries and thanking you for all that you've done.
Thanks, Ian.
Are there any further questions for John? All right, next up is the plan of service for Golden Plains Federation. Is Janine on the line?
I think I'm unmuted now.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The Golden Plains Library Federation has proposed for a total of $22,155.76. Our administration costs, we have $509 for the Federation coordinator to attend one meeting, and the rest of it is a $400 stipend for the Federation coordinator. And then we do put a $500 like scholarship into administration costs for a teacher in our Federation area to help them attend MLA. And if we get more than one teacher from our area, we divide that between how many teachers we get. The other thing we do with our Federation money is we do give the director of the James Shanley Library at the Fort Peck Community College funds to attend MLA. Even though she's an academic librarian, she's very integral to our Federation, and we like to help her attend MLA with us. The rest of the funds are divided equally between the program, between the libraries. We are a small federation up in the northeast corner of the state, and those libraries divide the money up into the programs however they want to. And as you can see, continuing education is a big part of our Federation proposed expenses, and the other is resource sharing and technology. Our Federation areas do depend largely on agriculture as our main industry, and so local budgets are kind of stretched. And I guess that's about all I have to contribute on the headquarters. We are having the Fort Peck Community College librarian director retire at the end of June. She's been there over 29 years. That's Andrea Hayes at the Roosevelt County Library. So we will get a new person next year there.
Thank you, Janine. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, we will move on to the Pathfinder Federation. Is Valerie on?
This is Tracy, and I don't think Valerie was able to join us. I also don't see Sonia Woods, so I could take those two. Basically, both federations chose to spend their money the same way that they have in the past. And for now, they chose to plan for face-to-face meetings. Obviously, they may cancel those if they decide that it is unsafe. And in the case of Pathfinder, and I think Sagebrush too, they both chose to donate money to Montana Library to Go when they were unable to hold their annual meetings. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I don't have a question, but I would like to thank those federations and all of the federations who donated to Montana Library to Go. And I did see a comment in the chat from Kara that to the same effect, to thank you to each federation, and then I lost the rest of it. But I know that it was for contributing to Montana Library to Go. So thank you, Tracy. We'll move on to South Central. Do we have Nancy on?
Yep, I am here.
Hi.
Hi. So we're pretty much doing the same thing this next fiscal year that we did last year, and that's distributing the bulk of the funds amongst all the libraries. We have 17 out of 18 libraries that are active and able to receive funding. We are allowing for in-person annual meetings in the next year, but again, that may be something that at the last moment we change. It will depend upon, well, partly what the governor says and what the federation themselves decides to do. COVID-19 hit just as we had our federation meeting, and there were a few people that attended, and then storms also hit that weekend in a few areas. So it was kind of an interesting weekend. So we ended up having a second meeting about a month later online. So I have two reports to turn in next year for my members. Each library is going to receive $1,000 in continuing education, and we are still going to allow for the purchase of more book club kits and a donation to Montana Library to Go. They are allowing a stipend to me again, and I've yet to decide if I'm going to keep that or roll that over into a donation of some kind. So each library in our federation will be receiving $2,258.36. So they're pretty happy. It's a little bit of an increase over the last year, but I believe that we all got a little bit of an increase. So we're just kind of waiting like everybody else to see what happens with this COVID thing and whether or not we can continue with our in-person meetings. We miss them. And that's pretty much all I have if anybody has any questions.
Any questions for Nancy? Thank you for the report. We have one report left, the Tamarack Federation. I don't see Hanor on. Or is she on, or is someone who would like to speak to Tamarack Federation on?
So this is Tracy again, and I think Hanor also, she's also in the middle of a construction project, so she was not able to join us. And again, they chose to spend their monies the same as last year and plan on having a face-to-face retreat next May, if at all possible. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I do have one question. And this is actually back to Nancy's report. What does it mean for a library to be listed as inactive?
In our bylaws, we have a requirement that a library has to attend one meeting per fiscal year or be excused with cause. The particular library that is inactive has not attended meetings for about 3 years now. And that one It does not look like they will be attending any in the near future either. So the group agreed that it was time that they not receive the funding. And part of the issue with them is they really weren't knowing how to report it or not reporting it to us. So we were trying to, it was constantly calling and trying to work with them and get that information, and it just wasn't coming through.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any questions from the public for any of the Federation leaders or designees?
This is Ken. I've got a general question of the federations. I think we've all become a little bit more practiced at online meetings through this pandemic so far, and I haven't heard from many libraries, but from some of the law enforcement folks that we work with 911 in the rural areas, there are some security concerns with using some of the providers like Zoom. Is that widespread, or is that an issue? Or are there ones that are generally considered safe by most rural Montana governments and libraries?
We've been keenly aware of some of the security concerns, particularly around Zoom, because Zoom is the state standard for us to use with meetings of the public, and we've been encouraging libraries to use Zoom as well. So we've done a lot of communication, training, providing guidance and best practices on use of Zoom technology to help libraries hold their online meetings. And our staff, specifically the consultants, have offered to host library board meetings on the Zoom platform to help libraries who might not be familiar with the technology or may have concerns about some of the security requirements and settings options to go into creating a safe online experience.
Thanks, Jenny. I think that's really important because we've used online meeting technology for decades now, and had switched from WebEx to Zoom for my own business, and found that, as long as you practice best practices, it's very secure and not an issue. But it seems like, a few instances cause a lot of widespread concern, and they are such a valuable tool. I agree that in Montana, in-person meetings are still, the desired outcome. That's how we kind of do business in Montana. But at the same time, we all really benefit from the increased communication in these times to using this kind of technology.
What I would like to ask the Federation coordinators, but won't, is how has the COVID-19 changed the way your library and the libraries in your Federation do business? What's been working well, what hasn't? I'm particularly interested in note that most of the Federation budgets are pretty much unchanged from last year. Does that mean that we can continue doing business like we did last year, or will there need to be changes in the way we do business? And if so, if there needs to be changes, what will those changes look like? And do you anticipate that those changes will show up in next year's Federation budgets? That's why I didn't ask the question. But I'm concerned that business as usual is not really viable, and yet we're spending money the way we spent last year. I get it, but still.
Bruce, how would you envision the money being spent differently?
I would actually, I don't have a good idea. I might guess that we would be spending more money on digital materials, and there may be more sort of cooperative provision of program kinds of things, but I really don't know. And this is the kind of thing that needs to come from libraries after talking to their people about what they need. Maybe we spend a lot more money on business development or helping people apply for unemployment. I don't know. I would like to hear that from libraries rather than just kind of make it up myself.
I wonder, and Jenny, maybe you can answer this. There's a weekly COVID check-in. I don't know what it's being called right now, and I've been to a couple of them, but I haven't been to a lot of them. Would that be a good place for federations to send a representative to have that conversation?
I've been attending quite a few of the weekly meetings, and us up in this corner of the state, being we are rural, we haven't been affected by the COVID other than there are some that are being very careful and still remaining closed or limited hours. Myself, I have opened totally up to normal services. I started that at the beginning of June 1st, we opened up normal hours. We do disinfect and have people sanitize their hands when they come in. But it's hard to say. Means we haven't had a case. My patrons aren't as worried about it as other places that do have cases. We have not continued story time because that would be a little difficult with the kids. When you get 15 to 20 kids in the room at one time, you can't social distance on those. It's hard to say. Right now, I think our general consensus is we're going to plan that the world's going to keep on spinning like normal and face whatever happens in the future. I know I am looking at locally some budget shortages. I haven't been told by my commissioners what's going to happen yet. And we're just going to kind of wait and see. I'm sorry, I can't offer anything more than that.
Thank you. I'm wondering if those weekly meetings are a good place to have those discussions and somehow disseminate the results of those discussions to the federations. What do you think, Jenny?
I absolutely do, and I want to ask Tracy to weigh in as well. But I think, and you'll see this reflected in some recommendations about the public library standards. It's been a little bit difficult for us to be future thinking while in the midst of just trying to be responsive. But we all recognize that the questions that Bruce is asking are the questions we need to be asking ourselves as we begin to understand what our services look like in the current environment and how they might impact how libraries look in the future. Tracy, did you want to add any comments?
Yeah, we have actually asked versions of those questions, Bruce, at the weekly 19 COVID check-in. And I think Jenny summarized it well. For a lot of the librarians, they're still in just kind of response mode and don't have processing time to really think about it. Some key things that have risen to the top is a recognition that virtual programming is something libraries should carry forward, and also a recognition that we need to invest more in digital content. And you saw that driving the recommendations that we took to the Network Advisory Council and why we asked you to spend the year-end monies the way that we did. COVID has hit libraries in really different ways. There are some counties that have been very severely impacted by it. And then there are literally like little parts of Montana that, as Janine says, have seen no cases and have been able to basically kind of maintain services as they have existed before. I would say, though, that even within those counties, some of those library directors recognize that people's behavior may change over the long run, and they're trying to figure out what that means for library services. The biggest impact that I sense that COVID has had is actually on the resource sharing and the sharing of physical materials through partners in the courier service. And what exactly is that going to look like in the future, and how is that going to work? I would say that's probably as I talk to different librarians around the state and they're figuring things out, that is one that's a big question mark for them, that they're not entirely certain how it will go. And then I would,
Tracy,
yeah.
can you just say just a little bit more about that? Are you thinking that there might be a diminishment of resource sharing or an increase in resource sharing?
Actually, diminishment, but mainly because of concerns or maybe a lack of knowledge about how the virus spreads most and whether or not it's safe to share materials between libraries. And also the other thing that impacts partners is, you know, how long do the materials need to be quarantined in order for them to be safely sent on to the next library, and what does that look like? And Kara or Amy, if they're still online, can speak more to exactly what partners is going through. The other piece of this that's a huge concern for librarians is the budget piece. In our new library status survey, we are actually specifically asking libraries to report, you know, are they anticipating budget cuts, what size budget cuts, or is that unknown? And then Pam, Suzanne, and I are specifically reaching out to those libraries who indicate they are going to experience a budget cut to talk to them about that process and what they are expecting and what preparation they may need to do. So I think there's been a beginning of recognition of what you're talking about with digital content and virtual programming. And I believe we're probably going to see more demand for that. At this point, though, Federation funds are used for things like the Montana Shared Catalog and Montana Library to Go and OCLC, which are all services I don't think any librarian sees going away. The piece that may change and look different is continuing education, which is probably the other big ticket item, but with the state library kind of requiring certification, and I think a desire on the part of libraries to support the Montana Library Association, I don't see a reduction in that as well.
Thank you. Really complete answer. Thank you.
Are there any further public comments on the Federation plans of service? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
I so move.
Is there a second?
After kind of slanging them a bit, I would be delighted to move for adoption.
I'll second.
Kenning seconds. Okay, all in favor of adopting the Federation FY21 plans of service, please say aye.
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 Opposed, please say nay. Any abstentions? Motion passes. It's 12:13, so I'm wondering if it is an appropriate break now, if that's okay with everyone. And I would propose a 20-minute lunch break, but please let me know if I'm asking too much of you.
And may I make a request with regard to the agenda?
Mm-hmm.
We have some groups of people joining us for a couple of the agenda items. I'm wondering if we could move up the Gigabit Toolkit report until just after lunch. A couple of people from the East Coast are joining us, and so we want to try to accommodate their schedule. And then the Summer Institute report after that, and then the Public Library Standard action item after those two reports. Is that possible?
Unmute, Anne.
I couldn't hear which agenda item you were hoping to move to right after lunch.
The Gigabit Toolkit and Broadband report.
Gigabit. And then what were the next two?
Then the Summer Leadership Institute report. And then we can continue with the agenda with the two action items regarding the public library standards.
Okay. Okay, that sounds great. So it's 12:15. Can we meet back at 12:35? Or is 20 minutes not enough? It's okay. Okay.
Not enough.
Oh, not at
12:45.
12, Kenny, okay. 12:45. Is that good for everyone?
You mean I could have asked for 1 o'clock?
You're calling it, Kenny. No, I think 12:45 is reasonable. I don't want to ask too much of anyone. So thank you for speaking up. All right, we'll reconvene at 12:45. Thank you. If people are just muted and have turned off their video, maybe because they're eating, which is fine. We can, if you want to make it a working lunch. But I think I'll give just one more minute for everyone to come back in.
I'm back. This is Erin.
Oh, thanks, Erin. Okay. Okay, well,
Still
had a
eating, so I may turn off my camera.
okay, I'll understand. We can have we're gonna have a shift in the agenda, and let's see. Let me make sure I follow. All right, so the next agenda item, if I understand correctly, is the Internet 2 toward Gigabit Libraries Toolkit Report and Analysis. And this is an informational item. So I'm looking to see staff and staff. So I'm not sure who would like to go. Jenny, would you like to go first? You're muted.
Thank you for the reminder. I'll have to go first. I wanted to remind the commission that about a year ago, we worked with a consultant who traveled the state and visited 115 out of the 117 libraries and branches to complete for those libraries the Toward Gigabit Libraries Toolkit from the Internet Archive. This toolkit was developed by Internet 2. The toolkit was created with grant funding from IMLS by Internet 2 to be a resource to help libraries evaluate their technology and broadband services so that they could better plan for how they manage those kinds of important needs within their libraries. And the state library felt like it would benefit us as well as the libraries if we had standard data across the state. And so we entered into contract with a professional out of Bozeman who visited all of those libraries and completed the toolkits on their behalf and then shared the data with all of us. We began looking at that data last summer. And then I had the opportunity to attend a meeting of some of the key staff from Internet 2 in Bozeman. They were holding a staff retreat there. And through that retreat, I became aware of work that Internet 2 is doing with Simmons University on some other kinds of broadband issues. And one of the attendees suggested that there might be an opportunity for us to partner with them to better analyze the data that came out of the Gigabit Toolkit research that was recently conducted. So I reached out to Dr. Colin Ryan-Smith there, and he was very willing to work with us. And so a team of our staff, including Jessica Edwards and Tracy Cook and Suzanne Reimer, have been working with Dr. Ryan-Smith and his colleagues for the past year to analyze that data. They've prepared a very helpful summary that's shared with you in your commission materials. And then Jessica and staff have also put together a dashboard of the data itself to help us understand where the broadband and where the technology needs are within the state. And of course, we're already putting this data to use as we look at some of the funding needs that we've begun to address through the CARES Act funds, identifying those libraries in greatest need for improving their internal connections and managed Wi-Fi services, as well as the hotspot lending program, which also relied on the data that was collected through this toolkit. We had hoped to have this agenda item for you back in April, and we were going to share it at the commission meeting that was going to be held at the Library Association conference. with those plans changing. I appreciate Dr. Reinsmith's flexibility in joining us remotely today from Simmons University out in Boston. I want to ask Dr. Reinsmith to just share his impression of some of the key findings, and then I'll ask staff to share some of their impressions from the data as well. So Dr. Reinsmith, thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much, Jenny, and it's wonderful to be with you all. And thanks so much for the opportunity to work with the Montana State Library on this project. It was really very much a mutually beneficial project, I think. As Jenny had said, we are also working with Internet 2 currently on a separate project to provide, to develop a system to measure broadband in public libraries across the United States. So this was very much aligned with the goals of this project that I'll be talking about today. So I also want to just take a moment to introduce, I am joined today by Susan Kennedy and Joe Dutoit, which is really wonderful, my two colleagues at Simmons, so who are also co-authors on the report. So we're very glad to be here. So what I'll do just briefly is I will just review some of the the highlights of this project. I have to say first though that the work that the Montana State Library did on providing an incredible visualization of the data actually went far beyond our ability to provide something as beautifully presented as you all did. So actually, I think that the two really together are a nice complement, and I'm glad that they're shared together because there are certainly areas that we did not go into. We were really, this was a wonderful opportunity. It was really a volunteer opportunity for us. So we didn't have enough time as we had liked to spend, or we would have had liked to spend on digging through all the data. But fortunately, we will have an opportunity to continue to work with the State Library on a publication that we're hoping to publish in an academic journal that will be open access, where we can go deeper into all of this material. So we're really looking forward to that continued collaboration with the Montana State Library. But what I will do in the report that we've shared, I will talk a little bit about what we focused on and how that could be helpful to you all in moving forward. So as you can see from, hopefully everybody has access to the report, and as you can see, what we really looked at mostly was the two things here, as you can see from the title of the report as well. So the broadband connectivity data, so fastest and slowest download speeds as well as upload speeds. And then for the second part of what we looked at was the data that was gathered through the toolkit on hardware in public libraries. So public access computers, wireless internet access, and some additional data that was really helpful to understand whether or not the libraries were the only source of free wireless connectivity in the community, and to see also, interestingly, where else there are, where there is Wi-Fi access available in the communities served by the libraries there. So what I'll do is, you can see in the executive summary, just a very brief overview, very helpful. Again, many thanks to the State Library, folks that we worked with who were able to provide us with the research questions that we really followed for our report. So that was incredibly helpful, and we were able to address most of the questions where we weren't able to address. I would say certainly the visualization tool, the data that's visualized by the State Library, gives you better and deeper insights into answers to the question. So for example, trends across geographic areas. I think that it's wonderful to see the ArcGIS mapping, where you can see across the state broadband connectivity speeds. Really wonderful to have that visualized as well. So so one of the things that we did at the beginning was, because this was a really important question that we grappled with, was how do we understand connectivity in Montana's public libraries comparatively to the rest of the country? You know, and what other data sets are available on broadband connectivity that we could look at? And turns out that one of the really wonderful gems that you have is the fact that you are able to use the internet to toward Gigabit Library Toolkit with 115 out of 117 of your libraries. And my understanding is you are all the only state in the country that has done that. And so not only is Internet 2 very excited about that, because it's putting their toolkit into good use, but hopefully, you know, obviously you all are benefiting as well. So, and then for us, with an interest in studying this nationwide, we are incredibly excited to see the data as well. So I should say before I go further, I'm sorry, so getting back to the idea of a national sort of standard or comparison data, what we ended up doing, because there really wasn't comparable data across the country that we could readily pull from, for example, like census data. Maybe someday that will be included in census data if we can convince the FCC that might be helpful. But for now, what we do have helpfully from the FCC are the bandwidth targets. And that's really what we ended up using. So it's based on population size, as you can see here. So there's sort of two numbers that we worked with. So as you can see here from the E-rate modernization order, which we pulled from, the order states, as we write here, that public libraries serving fewer than 50,000 people should have broadband download speeds of at least 100 megabits per second. And all public libraries serving 50,000 people or more should have broadband download speeds of at least 1 gigabit per second. So that was very helpful, I think, for us in getting a sense of, you know, that there is a national benchmark that we could use, which guided the ways in which we presented the analysis of the data from the toolkit. Unfortunately, we were only able to work with about 70 of the 115 public libraries for the broadband data. Because we weren't involved in collecting the data, we sort of came in at the end, so to speak, to analyze the data. That we had a number of questions, and we had less confidence about including a portion of the library. So we apologize that we weren't able to do that. But what we did want to do is to be able to provide something that we all felt comfortable with moving forward. But what we did do is we provided data from all of the 115 libraries for the hardware portion, the second section of the report. So yes. So as you can see then, really with the rest of the executive summary, there's a summary of the key findings, which show that, for example, so the way that another way to sort of understand the report is we really focused on the top 10s, right? So the top 10 fastest broadband speeds, the top 10 slowest broadband download speeds, and the same for the upload speeds as well, to really zero in on where there might be most need, or where you all might think about how to address some of the issues in terms of connectivity across the top 10 sort of best and least connected libraries. So you have information there. So for example, the Billings Public Library, the MSU branch, as we write here, was the only public library among the 3 public libraries in Montana that served more than 50,000 people that was closest to reaching its bandwidth download target of 1 gigabit per second. And on the other side, let's see, yeah. So for those libraries serving fewer than 50,000 people, there were only 2 libraries that reported broadband speeds higher than the bandwidth download target of 100 megabits per second. I should say also, just stepping back for a second, the way that the Internet 2 toolkit works is it's really, it's a point in time measure. It's, any one of us could use speedtest.net. You might have done that yourself to check your upload and download speed. And it's really a single test at a single point in time. So those are the tests. That's the test data that we're working with. So when we report that, it's also important to know that if it was a different time of day, if there was sort of a busier time of the day or a slower time of the day, the upload and download measurements might be different. So it's actually important to note that. So it's not, so it's important to know that this was just a single test at a single time that reported this data. That's sort of why we repeat ourselves so much, just to make sure that it's very clear. But you can see here as the report goes on, the 10 public libraries with the slowest download speeds using the data from speedtest.net reported speeds of less than 5 megabits per second. So that is quite slow, and it actually, in the list of the libraries are there. But interestingly, it's also across a number of different types of internet connections, from fiber sort of down to DSL, if you will. So there may be, some issues there, or things that I'm sure the State Library knows much more about than I do in terms of the state of connectivity. On the following pages, before I turn to hardware, you can see what we provided sort of as sort of just a visual element that was easy to look at, that you can see very quickly, the top 10, fastest and slowest download speeds and where the libraries are and the exact measurements, so you can see what there are, followed by a table that provides additional information, including the broadband connection type, the broadband provider, the zip code, and other information that could be helpful to see and to compare the sort of top 10s, slowest and download. So that's what we have in the first half of the report, before moving on to a discussion of the hardware needs. And so what we find here is, which we state in the executive summary, that 13% or 15 of the public libraries, that this is out of the full 115 libraries that were included in the data collection. There are only 15 that had the most urgent need for a computer hardware refresh. And what we mean by that, which is also explained in the Toward Gigabit Library Toolkit that was used, that what we mean by that are libraries with computers that are more than 5 years old. And so the list is there. I'll talk more about that in a second, because the table that we have included is helpful, because it talks about the number of libraries, the number of computers in each library, and the numbers used by staff, as well as the numbers used by the public. So you get a sense of how many computers. In the first table that we have, all of them are 100% are libraries with computers more than 5 years old. So essentially all of the computers are at that point where they would need to be replaced by the recommendations from the toolkit. And then the sort of last bullet point in the executive summary is around the source of free Wi-Fi. So you can see here that 24% or 28 of the public libraries in the state reported being the only source of free Wi-Fi in their communities. And that is actually very helpful to see. This was reported by the staff themselves. So folks who worked in the libraries, this is sort of self-reported. And so you see all of the other places where Wi-Fi is available. But as we know, the public library is probably the only place, though, that someone can get access to public computers, they can get the support that they need. And these are the other things that I study in my research on digital inclusion, that if you look at all of the other areas, most likely somebody in a bistro or coffee shop is not going to help them gain digital literacy skills, as we know. So I think it's really important to note that as well, but it is really helpful to see where there might be opportunities for partnership or collaboration across these different sources of information. I'm getting towards the end. I just want to jump down and see, so just a few other things related to the hardware. So down sort of as you get to page 11, you start to, on the beginning of the related IT infrastructure section, you see public access and staff computers, and we just included a summary based on the data of the public libraries and urgent need of a hardware refresh. Again, as I mentioned, the numbers of public access computers versus staff computers. And you can see in that first table, again, all of the computers are more than 5 years old. And then 55% in table 6, 55% of the computers were older than 5 years. Again, with the same, the list of libraries along with the public computers and then the staff connected computers. And then a much longer or slightly longer table that shows the list of public libraries listed as the only source of free Wi-Fi in their communities. And also if they had reported whether the Wi-Fi was available around the building. And then, I think one of the things that we know that is really striking that's gotten national attention since COVID-19 really ramped up across the country was the ways in which public libraries, as everyone here probably knows, serve their communities outside their buildings, right, in the parking lot. And this has actually been really wonderful sort of press, if you will, for a lot of libraries across the country. But what we were actually able to do is to advocate for the fact that not all libraries are well connected, right? And so it's really wonderful as we get national attention about the role of libraries, but as we can see with this report, not all libraries are able to actually serve their communities as well as they might be able to, given stronger or higher bandwidth in their libraries. So that's most of the report, and then there's some recommendations that really just sort of, again, sort of state, I think, what I've already said about where Montana might look to provide additional support for the libraries that are in need of either the hardware refresh, or, I mean, we know that connectivity can be a lot more complicated, and I'm sure that's true in Montana in terms of stringing fiber to the community anchor institutions and upgrading that.
Colin, just so you know, it looks like you've locked up. Speaking of connectivity.
This is very meta.
Oh, while we're waiting, maybe somebody can explain something to me. I'm looking at the ArcGIS dashboard on the first tab over on the right. And there's one outlier there. It says community library with a download speed of 907 megabits per second. What is that? And why is it so high?
Hi, Kenning. This is Jessica. So that is a branch library of the Billings Public Library, but it's on the MSU Billings campus. So they use MSU's internet. So it is an outlier. Unfortunately, when I was building this, putting in a filter to kind of take it out kept breaking the workbook. So I wasn't able to embed that like I wanted to, but their internet was just so much higher. But it is a branch of the Billings Library. So it's still included in this report because it's technically part of the public library system. It's just their academic, or their internet connection is more on the academic system. So they just have a much faster download speed.
Well, thank you for explaining that, but that seems like an outlier even for academics. That seems way high. I'm just trying to find my speed test because I don't think we're that high in Bozeman.
I know that the Billings Public Library, they are one of the few libraries that has tried to subscribe to a gigabit of service. So in their speed tests that they've run, I don't know that I've ever really seen them hit that target with any kind of regularity, but I do know that that was something that they were planning to subscribe for after the BTOP grants, when they had that level of connectivity at that time.
Yeah, so I just did the test for MSU Bozeman, and we're at 250 megabits per second download.
But this is Suzanne, and I'm in Billings, and so perhaps I can shed a little bit of light on that too. Not only that particular library is on the, it's part of the community college, and it's not on the main MSU campus. And so I think as part of that, when it was done, it's quite possible that those numbers could have been taken at a time when there were very few people there. And as that's a less kind of populated campus anyway, that could be why they'd get a higher number than they would even at the main MSU Billings campus. So, you know, yeah, it kind of skews the results a little bit to see that. And I like that one. Yeah, wow, that looks like we're really doing great, but you know, if only.
We do have Colin back with us. So Colin, if you wanted to conclude your remarks.
Yeah, sorry. You know, when you're on talking about broadband and your internet goes out, then it's, I don't know what that means. But anyway, apologies. So I'm not sure where I left off, but I was probably coming to the end, just talking about some of the appendices. So I think I'll just maybe, before I get cut off again, I'll probably end here, if that's okay. Turn it over maybe to you, Jenny, and see if there's anything else that you wanted to point out related to the wonderful visualization visualizations that you have. But I'm happy to answer any questions or to continue today. Happy to chat. So thank you so much.
I just want to express again my appreciation for the staff of Simmons University and Dr. Ryan Smith and his team. It was very fortuitous that we were able to partner with them just to have someone, a team with their outside perspective to be able to help look at this data for us, to give us some deeper analysis was really appreciated. And I think too, having more of an independent analysis will afford us more opportunity to share this information in a wider political context, to advocate, to address some of these concerns. Dr. Ryan Smith and his team have already blogged about this data nationally, and we've been able to share that information with our congressional delegation. I know the American Library Association has also shared that information through their policy teams. We've shared it with the governor's office and our legislative leadership here as well. So again, just a great partnership for all of us. Jessica or Tracy or Suzanne, was there anything else that you wanted to highlight that struck you from this analysis?
I just want to add that it was really great to work with Colin and Joe and Susan, and it's just been a really great process. And yeah, it was really exciting to kind of see how it all came together. I came into this a little bit late, so the data had already been collected, and trying to figure out the best way to use the data and how to analyze it, and talking it through with them was a really, really good opportunity for us. So thank you to them, and I'm so happy that it's been of use.
I think for me, as somebody who was working with the spreadsheets, it was really gratifying to both see it visualized as Jessica worked on, and then to see the narrative come out of that. Because, you know, for me, not, you know, ironically, not being a numbers person and working with E-rate, but, you know, I tend to get lost in those tables and rows and columns. And so it gives a lot more meaning to me, and I get a lot more out of it once it's kind of taken out of that, and I can see it and kind of get a better perspective of it. So I really appreciate all the work that everyone's done with this.
And this is Tracy, and I would echo that. I mean, like Suzanne said, the spreadsheet of raw data was incredibly intimidating, and I know, you know, for Suzanne and I, what we're really interested in is helping those libraries that are most in need. And these reports allow us to see that and give us a starting point. And that's very helpful. So thank you.
Seems to me the takeaway is that connectivity is not great anywhere, but is particularly a problem in some of our more rural towns. I think pretty consistently the slowest sites were amongst the most rural sites. And if this is something we want to take on, we might want to keep that in mind as we build strategies.
Mm-hmm.
This is Ken. This is pretty very useful information. I kind of, you know, looking, I was surprised at the lowest 10 at the technology types. You know, there wasn't a lot of difference there between the top 10 and lowest 10 in terms of the technology type. I realize there's a lot of variation in that, but yeah, I mean, practically the cable companies available in Montana, or company available in Montana, is, you know, only operate in larger communities, so they don't operate in the rural areas. But to see that the same sort of technology in both with such dramatically different results speaks to other issues, one of which is always difficult to measure and is one of the biggest drivers of all this, but missing factors is the cost of maintaining the broadband connection, because there's obviously some other factors going on beyond just the technology type and availability, because we do have, you know, cable fiber and DSL is available in most rural communities in many ways. We have 50 telco providers locally that can provide those services, but often the costs in those areas are much higher than they would be with larger population bases, for example. The other thing that I think it would be interesting, and was interested if the Simmons folks have looked at this, and is what the self-reported potential capability from the providers are through the Form 477, FCC Form 477. That's really, I mean, the telcos nationally and as well as locally report twice a year to the FCC on a wide variety of technology types and speed tiers and such. So looking at what's potentially available would be interesting to compare to this data. I realize it's beyond the scope of the project as it is, but that would be an interesting follow-up. The other thing, of course, is that there's a, you know, our populations at risk in Montana are consistently by any and all measures in and around our tribal communities. That's where time and again you see that occurring, and I think that's true with broadband availability as well. So it would be interesting, again, as a follow-up to this. I'm not necessarily talking about expanding this study, but as a follow-up, to look at this data in relation to those communities, which is, I mean, I'm not sure how many of these actually, because they're not like the tribal colleges and stuff aren't public libraries, but those are a couple things to follow up on, I think, in terms of looking at availability.
You know, when we buy internet connectivity in our public libraries or even at home, it's like we go down to the car store and we say, well, I want to go 100 miles an hour, and the salesman says, well, here's this red car. I mean, we're not buying by, you know, an actual measured ability to go 100 miles an hour. We never buy it by committed information rate, which is kind of a slightly more standard way of measuring things. We buy by sort of the potential of, well, this fiber can get you, you know, a gigabit. Well, as we've seen with the numbers, of course, it doesn't. I wonder if it's even possible to buy broadband connectivity with a guaranteed rate of transmission. I don't know. Suzanne may have an idea about that.
Just as a quick, I think there are ways to buy it with a guaranteed one, but that's pretty much buying it as the sole user of that pipe. So, you know, buying it in that you have control of that fiber. And that is something that our libraries are not in a financial position to do by and large. So, you know, they're using shared connections. And so what they're getting as part of their allotment, I mean, that's one of the things that I was kind of mystified about this, of those reporting fiber connections and showing such low rates. It's like, isn't the reason you have fiber so that you can get, you know, better than 5 megabyte connections? And I'm just throwing it out there as an example. Yeah. I'm not sure that there were any that were actually that low in those cases, but surprisingly low to me, you know, when I'm looking at that. And so, you know, this has been something I've been trying to kind of make sense out of, you know, and I've contacted some of the providers and tried to get them to explain to me exactly, you know, what they were selling and whether it was truly indeed fiber to the library or fiber to the curb, or, you know. And one of the problems with that is that I'm not an expert in these things. And so I'm trying to learn this myself while I'm trying to follow up on the questions. And it's been a big learning process, but we have so many different providers and so many different communities, and I think kind of different definitions at what they're providing. And an interesting one thing I do have to correct, though, is I think in a lot of cases our rural libraries are getting better connections at better prices than our urban, or some of our more urban libraries. And that depends on your provider. And I won't badmouth my least favorite provider here, since I think we're being recorded. But there's one that's particularly abysmal. That is, you know, if you're cursed to be in that area, you're going to have low bandwidth and exceedingly high prices. and they're incredibly difficult to work with, and there's no competition. So, you know, this is what we're left with, and it's frustrating, but this does give us a, you know, I think a good idea as to exactly what the landscape is like. And, you know, there are some, you know, we're working on some of our low-hanging fruit, I think, at trying to get some improvements at, like you were saying, like Ken was saying, you know, those that have providers that are offering better bandwidth than the libraries that are currently getting for not much more money, perhaps trying to encourage them to up what they're getting and working with it. But it's a long haul. It's not an easy thing to solve.
Can I add just one quick thing, if that's okay? Sorry to just barge in, but in response to one of the questions about, you know, how can we get a good picture of what the connectivity really is after we've purchased it, right? One of the things that we're working on with a grant from the Institute of Museum and Library Services is this broadband measurement platform. And essentially what it is the speed test in an automated way. And so the devices that we're developing that connect to the network run tests. The speed test is one of the tests, you know, every couple of hours, basically. And so to respond to the question about how do we get a sense of the overall bandwidth, it's actually at a time probably in the middle of the night when people are not connected, right? So you can get the closest measure of the overall capacity of the network when hopefully no one is using the network. And so we are learning a lot through that process. And as we move forward, we're happy to share any of our findings through that as well. So I just wanted to share that.
Thanks, Colin. A couple of points that I wanted to just share, and it relates to Ken's comments about cost. We have a long road ahead of us to bring actual adequate broadband connectivity to a lot of our libraries, but for others, there is likely adequate service in that area. When we talked to the director of the Montana Telecommunications Association, he said 100 megs is available for every library likely. And so then that does raise questions about affordability, whether or not libraries are adequately funded to afford higher subscription speeds, and also a need for us to continue to advocate with those libraries and their boards for why it's of value to provide adequate internet services through their libraries and to dedicate those funds from their budgets to provide this service. I see that as one of the key issues moving forward as we talk about the future of libraries and library services.
And complicating this, of course, is what Eva said about a month ago in a meeting, was wasn't really worried that much about connectivity. She just needed devices to take and use the connectivity. So it started off 2-dimensional, now it's 3-dimensional, now it's 4-dimensional.
Yep.
Another factor that probably maybe more so than the age of the computers would be the age of the infrastructure that's bringing it in, the servers, the routers. I mean, I know just from a personal perspective with home use that there's a big difference if you don't keep your routers up to date and you're using a 5 or 6-year-old router is much more of an impact on your internet than the age of your computer or the device you're accessing it with. So there are a lot of moving pieces with this. Dr. Reismith, I was wondering if you have any experience with the newer technology that's coming online with all these low elevation satellites providing. I mean, the satellite connectivity is among the slowest in Montana from traditional, providers providing TV services, for example. But with the the satellites, I don't remember the brands, but Elon Musk has one of them and others where they're putting up literally hundreds of, satellites up there for increased connectivity worldwide. Is that something we're looking at in a decade, or is that something that's more immediate potential impact on this?
That's a great question and something I'm unfortunately not able to answer, but I know that Facebook has been doing some interesting work with that as well, overseas in Africa and other countries. So there is some reports that are out there about their efforts to do different types of, terrestrial connectivity, but I apologize, I'm not able to really respond with more knowledge about that. So.
Thanks anyway.
Ken, do those additional satellites or those satellite systems have to work in concert with an upgraded 5G cellular infrastructure?
I don't know. I'm not an expert in it, and my guess is no, but because the significant number of the cell towers in Montana are owned by local providers compared to national. It's a hard one to research because the towers are often owned by independent entities and shared resources by many commercial entities. But the 5G, as I think of it in terms of a wireless connectivity through cell towers, mobile wireless, I think is different technology than the satellites that they're putting up. I think it's probably a competitor to those, I'm guessing, but I'm not an expert in it, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I guess none of us knows.
No.
Does anyone have any other questions for Dr. Rhinesmith or his team?
Thanks. It's terrific.
Yes, this is
really
a terrific report. Thank you so much.
Very illuminating. Yes, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. And thank you so much for the opportunity. It was great to work with the Montana State Library. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Colin.
Thanks for joining us.
Okay, take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, well, that was an exciting report. I feel like I got a lot more out of it than just having read through it by myself. So thank you for bringing the guests in. And so we're gonna switch around a bit again in the agenda, and next up is the Summer Leadership Institute. And so I believe we have Joe Flick and also some of the participants of the Institute here to share their stories. Joe?
Thank you, Anne. I want to just quickly share my screen here so you can see our group, hopefully. And I am not presenting today. We have a very talented class of Leadership Institute folks, and 3 of them are going to handle your presentation today. So I'm just starting here with a photo of the Leadership Institute class, including the facilitators and MSL staff that were at the Rising Wolf Ranch not quite a year ago to begin their leadership journey. And from there, I'm just going to pull up our, let's see if I can find it, story map, and turn things over to Karen Ketchu from Madison County Library in Ennis, and Danny Bueller from Lewistown Public Library, and Stefan Lasitra from the State Law Library. Guys, take it away.
So I think I am the lucky one that gets to start. My name is Danny Bueller, and I am the director here at the Lewistown Public Library. And Karen and Stefan and I had decided to kind of break up our time, so you got to hear from all of us. So I am pictureless today, but if you look on the screen, I am that first little person over there on the left. So what are we going to talk about? We're going to talk about the Summer Library Leadership Institute that happened June 2019. So it was about a year ago. And I was really lucky to be a part of this group. It brought together a really remarkable group of individuals that gave me a unique view of libraries today. And one of the best things about the Library Leadership Institute was that it was this time apart from the world that we often know, at this beautiful place up by Glacier, the Rising Wolf Ranch. And because of that, we were able to build this great community of individuals. And this community of individuals worked throughout the year to stay connected, and Karen will chat with you about that. But I wanted to just say that during our time at the ranch, it just became apparent that our state and our nation has numerous individuals and institutions that are working to see libraries excel. And that really made me excited. And I will chat now with some of those about some of those projects that actually came from the Summer Library Leadership Institute. Like I said, I'm that first person there, and my leadership program was centered around changing the narrative of the Lewistown Public Library's financial reality. And I had this big lofty goals, and in going to the ranch, I was able to hone down my goal into something very tangible. And what it actually became was a renegotiation contract with the city of Lewistown to pay for the entirety of our staff costs. For a long time, that hadn't been the case. And so we now have an interesting and new financial reality in Lewistown. And I have to put a lot of credit towards the Summer Library Leadership Institute group in helping me accomplish that goal. The next individual that I want to chat with you about is Christine Call. And Christine is the Youth Services Librarian in the Butte Silverbow Public Library. And Christine had a great energy that she brought to the ranch, and she was able to offer a great viewpoint on education as she was starting her Master's of Library Science degree right before the ranch. So she had a lot of good information to share. And what Christine did is she went back to the Butte Public Library and wanted to hone her collection development skills. Her stated goal was that she wanted to develop a more diverse collection of graphic biographies. In this timely review of collection, Christine foresaw possible difficulties in finding Native American graphic novel biographies that were being published. And I think she's still working on that to this day, and I would be excited to see the collection that she was able to bring together. And just again, Christine was able to really offer a genuine connection like all the other participants in the cohort. And I'm sure she brings that genuine and authentic self to the people that she serves. The next person that I was going to chat about is Chani, but I saw that she is on the meeting, and I'm wondering if she would like to chat about her project.
Yeah, sure. I could.
I can also say stuff too, Chani, but I wanted to give you the opportunity to do that.
Well, the 3 deliverables that were listed, basically, I'm a high school librarian in Whitefish, soon to be moving to the middle school. And we have, as you probably are aware, a suicide epidemic in Montana, specifically in our region, and especially among the youth. And so having been personally impacted by that and looking at the statistics and sort of seeing what role libraries could play in helping to support those in need populations, we came up with some different ideas. I brainstormed similar to what you just said, Danny. I brainstormed huge things, like you want to change the world, and the Institute really helped me sort of refine that and bring it down to those few deliverables that I was able to put into effect. So we did some training for our high school students. About over 10% of our population in the high school right now, student population, is trained in youth mental health first aid. So they're able to support and identify, and then basically it's that triage until treatment model. So they're able to help their friends and or people they identify and need to get the support services they need. That was a big initiative. So actually that was probably two parts of the deliverables that are listed. And then the third one was that we were able to, during finals weeks, we brought in some therapy animals. I also have been writing grants for book collections and for other support things that the library could check out. We wanted to put in some happy lights and, you know, figure out how we could combat some of the physical challenges that we have in the state, including lack of sunlight and those long dark winters. So basically, yeah, I just really appreciated the opportunity to be a part of this leadership team and to really reflect on how best to help with the mental health of our youth communities. So.
Thank you, Johnny. I know I put you on the spot there, but I know that you're very good at offering that insight. And then the other individual that I was going to chat about is Andrea Eckerson. And I think I saw Andrea on the call, and she's welcome to chat about her project as well if she would like to, or I can definitely run through a short synopsis of it.
Yes, I'm here and I can speak briefly about my project. So it was a wonderful opportunity at the Summer Leadership Institute. We had a great time and I think we all made great connections and learned a great deal from it. My goal was to increase my outreach to the school district here in East Helena. We're a growing community and we just got a high school this last year. We only have a freshman class. This next year we'll have a sophomore and freshman class, so we're growing. And I wanted to increase outreach to the younger grades. I already had a good relationship with the middle school librarian, and then also reach out to the high school librarian. I ended up getting into or getting connected with the Radley Elementary librarian, and she is grades 3 through 5. And we formed a great relationship and I was able to attend some of their reading programs. They're expanding and changing how they're trying to get children into reading and encouraging the community overall to read. So I was invited to attend some of their programs and promote our library, and it went very well. It increased some families that come into our library, and we were able to have the bookmobile visit Radley as well and have the entire school population go through the bookmobile. And it turned out really well. I was grateful for Joe's comment, even though I was only able to get one school on board with the outreach. She said to accept the little bit that I'm able to do, and then next year and in the future I can expand further. So that's what I'm working on.
Thanks, Andrea, again, for putting you on the spot. Sorry, but you do a very good job of expressing and explaining what you did. But now I'm going to hand it over to Karen, and Karen can take the next chunk of people.
All right, so I am also having a little connectivity trouble today, so I apologize if I skip out on you, but I think I will also just go with voice today. And also thank you, well said, Danny and Andrea and Chani. I appreciate your guys' work on your projects. So I'd like to just talk to you for a moment about the year following our time at the ranch, kind of the work and project development. just a couple of things I want to bring your attention to is that what the last part, maybe even the last day at the ranch, we had a variety of project management models presented to us. And it was really nice. It was really helpful because depending on our management style, we could take one, try one, play with a little bit, apply it to our projects. So I hope other people found that helpful as well. And I think for the first time, correct me if I'm wrong, you all, our professional development webinars were given by participants as well as Joe and past members, which I think really highlights the depth of this cohort. And we were lucky to have active collaboration throughout the year. And I don't know that it's luck, but we have such a diverse skill set in our library community. It's so very, very impressive. But so following our introductory week at the ranch, we had a series of online cohort meetings, either led by Joe or participants. And either by live or recorded meeting, we listened to speakers, we discussed our projects, and we explored a book about leadership theory. And we shared our experiences through presentations. And we even took a time management class together, which these guys made it fun. They really, really did. And
I'm going to jump in here. This is Joe, and just say this is the first cohort I've had that really stepped up and presented a lot of the follow-up sessions themselves. And then it's the first time I've ever had a class, you know, the idea that you wanted to take another class together. And so there certainly was a great deal of engagement with this cohort.
Agreed. Thank you. But so yeah, that just says that my experience with these presentations and calls, it really confirmed what I already knew about meeting all of these people in person, that this group of library professionals are so thoughtful and so dedicated to serving their communities and bettering themselves. And by allowing us to explore these learning opportunities, the Montana library leadership community just has so much depth and potential due to this shared experience. I also have to say because we all have busy schedules, we weren't on a call together. But when I listened to the recorded meetings, I was also equally inspired by our cohort. You know, their personal insights. I still never know when some of their insight strikes me to solve a challenge or to apply it to another project. But a group like this, we naturally support each other and generate ideas and excitement for the future. And I think it's just naturally leads to bettering each other and the library community. And I'm grateful to the state library and the commission, and particularly Joe, for organizing and keeping us on track. And I'd like to just point out 3 projects really quick before I let you go. So I'd like to highlight Marin Engen from Choteau County Library. Her project was to develop the teen programming at her library and increase teen engagement. And I spoke with Marin recently, and she'd like me to relay to you that until March, her momentum was gaining toward her efforts and her program. And she's still very, very positive. She has a positive outlook that she'll pick up where she left off and keep rolling. Molly Hudson from Lewis and Clark Library. Her project was to update the 1,000 books before kindergarten. She wants to make it more user-friendly and valuable as an early literacy tool. I think that's something we can all appreciate. And finally, my project. My project was to form a partnership with the local school district to provide a support forum for parents with children that were using a new social emotional curriculum. And that's about all. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Karen and Danny. And I get the last 4 to just kind of bring this home. My name is Stefan Licitra. I'm at the State Law Library of Montana. And
My project was to look at how serials are controlled and to create a series of video tutorials that would really simplify and make the subject approachable for librarians and especially libraries in the Montana Shared Collection catalog. This project I attempted to do and did do with a number of partners, and that added a great deal of depth and a little bit unexpected challenge to it. But I think my project was stronger for working with them. Karen, who's also here, said she would talk a little bit about her project with us.
Hello. So my area of focus was pretty broad. I had been thinking about the topic of board engagement and the role of a governing or advisory board on statewide projects, which is something that has been a concern of I think across the board in library development as our services have grown and kind of evolved from being a small cohort of really involved libraries who all had their sleeves rolled up working together on things like the shared catalog to these very large statewide services. And as they grew and became more of a sort of governing board model, there was some ambiguity about what is the staff's role and what is the board's role and where are those boundaries. And so to make this project more concrete for the scope of the Summer Leadership Institute, I focused on the shared catalog board and drew on some conversations that we had at a previous members meeting to really focus on what the membership expected of the board and what the membership expected of the staff. And we went through some conversations in the fall with the board to help identify those roles and responsibilities and kind of uncover some assumptions among both the staff and the board so that we could really put that out in black and white for a more concrete job description of sorts for the board so that they could then develop a meaningful and measurable work plan that was appropriate for the board. And so we were able to go through that process and identify a couple of achievable priorities for the board for this past year. And one of those was communication to the membership, improving our contact lists and gathering membership input. And so they were able to accomplish those goals, and they also put together a pretty well-defined job description. So this is kind of ongoing work, and every board will be different even as members come on and off the board. But that was kind of a start for this project to create more of a template for sustaining a good relationship between state library staff and our volunteer governing and advisory boards.
Thank you, Kara. Yeah, it seems like a lot of the work was involved in self-reflection, which can be really challenging for our project or for a group. The next person I wanted to talk about is Laura Treader, and Laura's project was around the workflows of converting records from Dublin Core to MARC. And since she's on the call, she can have a few minutes to describe her project.
Okay, thanks, Stefan. So just kind of, I wrote very briefly about it. This metadata project, we had some changes at the Historical Society in the photo archives, and that affected a workflow that we had in place for a long time for our digitally produced photographs that we've added to the memory project. And it seemed like there was an opportunity to really see what we could do with it to make our items a little more discoverable and accessible. Originally, we would add items to the memory project, and Jennifer Brunel set up a CDI, a digital collection gateway process that created MARC records in OCLC that linked to the digital resource, but those records were not very usable locally. They didn't meet our local standards and didn't include much specific description that we would want. But we also were starting to realize that it would be sure nice to have some MARC records for those digital resources locally available, with enterprise providing kind of new ways for the public to search for items in our local catalog, and possibly go in between the physical format ones and the electronic format ones, and just really work for, just have the search work really well for our patrons. So anyway, I spent a lot of time talking to our photo archives manager, making sure what he wanted and what he was able to do, and really just looking at a number of different software options, because no matter what, this workflow that we're talking about was going to be kind of a daisy chain of steps to really end up with a nice MARC record that we could use locally. And we came up with 4 different options. We discussed them and decided on a really powerful workflow that is going to end up with records that we could transform the Dublin Core records. I guess, let's see, start with the Dublin Core records, have the digital collection gateway sync with that, harvest those records, then we pull those out, enhance the MARC records, and put them back into OCLC, and then bring them into our local catalog. And I'm gonna say we're not all the way there yet, and it has to do with just all the different steps, I think, along the way. But we have some really good test records. We are really excited about the direction that this is going, and it really, in the end, helped us all understand how we can reuse and transform the metadata that we are creating for different environments and with limited staff resources, really. There's a whole world out there, a metadata world out there for us to draw from and enhance our resources. So we're excited, and I told Joe at some point I have to stop calling this my leadership project and just start calling it, you know, our metadata work right now. But we're getting there. So. You're still muted, Stefan.
Drats, I told myself not to do that. It seems like routines are hard to change, but that's what we're all being required to do right now, why we're here online. So the last person I want to talk about is Jane Young. She's from Century College in Minnesota, and she was really excited to be part of our program. Jane's project was to figure out ways to better engage students at the library, most especially non-native English speakers. And this project gave her library a chance to reevaluate its position and its assumptions about where its role in the library, in the university community. And this project also reminds us how small things to us can be really big barriers to people in our community. What I wanted to do to finish up is to give kind of a brief summary, I think, of the Institute, and then maybe reflect a few minutes on what might be good improvements or something. So one of the biggest challenges my project faced, and which was reflected in many other projects, was working across boundaries. It is far simpler to do a project that you do by yourself or with a few co-workers, but as there is more control, the assumptions and the priorities are better set and known. Yet our communities are demanding that we work across institutions and with other organizations. And so we have a challenge of how to do that. And it's these leadership skills that we developed or that we learned about at the ranch and that we developed through these projects that are going to enable us to meet the challenges of our community and to build relationships across boundaries. Libraries are in good positions to do this because historically we've not had the resources necessarily to do all that we would hope to, but we are constantly being challenged to offer more collaborations and partnerships. The reporting committee, upon reflection of the experiences in the last year, felt that this was a really strong cohort. And one thing we really wanted to do, but couldn't quite manage, we wanted to all get together at the MLA annual meeting and kind of just discuss what our projects had been, what the results were, and where and how we've grown over the past year. And so we thought that this would be something that we would recommend to Joe for future groups. So with that, that's in our presentation. We're happy to take any questions.
Hi, Stephen. This is Anne. I don't know if you normally get together at the annual conference and have that kind of meeting, but I know that you normally would get to present to the commission at that meeting, and that's something that we always enjoy, seeing you guys in person and hearing about your projects and your stories and what you've learned. So I'm sorry that we weren't able to meet in person in April, and I want to thank you and all of you for your flexibility with postponing your presentation and with just showing up and sharing your findings to us today.
Well, we're delighted to be able to talk to you all about our projects that have been our focus for the last year. So.
And I'd like to just add that, and hopefully I said this when I was trying to speak earlier, that this is a truly valuable experience, and we really appreciate this opportunity that the Commission values it and makes it an important part of library learning in the state. There's my phone. I'll mute myself.
Does anybody have any questions for any of the presenters, or Joe, would you like to, do you have some final comments?
Well, just that this is, you know, a fairly unique model for, you know, that was kind of born out of adversity when we could not really afford to hold an institute, a summer leadership institute, and hire a facilitator to run it. And so we devised this kind of process where we hired people from the library community who had already participated in some leadership training on their own to help us plan with MSL staff the program. And so that makes it very sustainable. We're probably I think we're the only leadership institute that does it this way. I think it kind of works for us. And it's because it does keep the costs low. We're able to, you know, get people to our institute without it costing them anything to come. And that's important. So for many of our smaller libraries and our emerging leaders that, you know, really wouldn't be able to afford to do this any other way. But I like this idea of having a kind of reunion capstone experience where they do get back together. You asked about in the past, we've had sort of a couple of, I've looked for opportunities to get the group back together either at fall workshops or at MLA, and neither of those things came together for this group, and yet they still, you know, continued to act as a group and support each other and stay engaged. So that was really heartening. But I do think that that final capstone reunion piece is something that we should add, and Tracy and I have talked about it and kind of parked that idea. Oh yes, Kara's pointing out that the books they focused on as a group, there are pre-conference activities that the facilitators designed for this event, and everybody commits to doing some pre-conference activities. And in this case, it revolved around the book about the dysfunctions of a team, the 5 dysfunctions of a team. I'm forgetting the author's name, and there it is. Thank you. And Crucial Conversations, Dare to Lead was the Brene Brown follow-up book that the group decided to use to collaborate on studying that book as well. So, you know, every Leadership Institute cohort's really different, and this one was unusual. We had an extra spot from someone who canceled at the last minute, and so we let somebody from Minnesota come, and that turned out to be great. So yeah, the 2 books that we really focused on were the 5 dysfunctions of a team. Bruce asked that question, and Brene Brown's Dare to Lead. That's all I have to say about that. I'll stop sharing my screen. And thanks to all of you guys who showed up today to help out with that, and to our 3 presenters who really helped me put that final report together.
Thank you for the presentation and for all of your work throughout the year, and for putting this on every year.
Actually, every other year.
Every other year. All right. I think we can move back into the regular flow of the agenda, and I feel like it's been an hour and 15 minutes since we had a break, so I think we can get through one other agenda item unless anybody has any objections. And that would be, I suppose I should pause in case somebody does have an objection. Okay, and so that would be the FY20 Public Library Standards Exemption Request and Deadline Extension. This is an action item.
Worried about their ability to meet certain standards. 2 of them that rose to the top were the number of hours that the library is open and board meetings. Both of these standards were kind of impacted by closures of the libraries. And even as libraries reopen, many of them are unlimited hours and aren't able to be open their full number of hours. So we would like to request an automatic deferral on these 2 standards. And then because of the delay in asking for libraries to respond, although they normally are required to get their forms in by July 25th, we'd like to give them until September 1st. And this shouldn't impact when they receive their state aid checks. We should still be able to handle that and send those out in the early fall as we normally do. The only other thing I would say about this is I just want to acknowledge that I certainly have been trying to reassure library directors, and I think Jenny has as well, that we understand there may be other standards on a library by library basis where they might need a bit of compassion and flexibility on the state library's part. And of course, we recognize that and are determined to be as flexible as we can. So I would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
I would just add for clarity, as Tracy said, we're asking for automatic deferrals be granted for these 2 standards. But as Tracy said, there may be a need for libraries to request deferrals on specific standards that are challenging for them to meet because of the pandemic. And the reporting process allows for those libraries to do that. And then administrative rule grants me the authorization to grant those deferrals as necessary on a case-by-case basis.
Is there any public comment? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion. I'm not sure how, well, I'll open it up to you to figure out how to word it. Because we don't want to only, I don't think we want to make it broad enough so that Jenny can not just be bound to the two issues that have already come up.
I move that the commission adopts the recommendation for exemptions and for deadline extension as in the memo attached to our minutes agenda.
I second that.
Bruce made the motion and Jamie seconded. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
I wonder, you had just said, how do we word the motion? Is it broad enough for any new issues that may come up unforeseen through the pandemic?
I believe it is for what is known at this point in time. Libraries will begin their certification process. Some of that's already underway. The larger administrative rules gives us additional flexibility beyond what's approved here in this, but this action item, this just makes these specific requests standard for all libraries.
And as state librarian, you retain the ability to grant an exemption or a postponement as needed. And you've got the sense of the commission, which I assume if we vote in favor of this recommendation, that we're not trying to punish libraries, we're trying to help libraries get through this tough time.
Any additional questions or comments? Okay, there's a motion on the table. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, please say nay. Any abstentions? Motion passes. So that took far less time than I thought it would. And I think we can do another agenda item if there's not an objection to that. The next agenda would be is a tentative action. And it would be the draft public library standards presented by Jenny and Tracy.
So I would say first, the reason there's a tentative action on your agenda is in case you disagree with the recommendation from the Public Library Standards Task Force. But the recommendation to you is that you take no further action on the standards at this time. As a reminder where we were in the timeline for adopting new standards, we'd gone through the process last fall and winter of drafting new standards. You saw those draft standards at your February meeting and agreed to move those standards into a public comment period. And we've been in that public comment period now since February. And then of course, we understand the situation with the pandemic. Had that not occurred and we'd gotten satisfactory public comment, the request for you today would have been to consider the standards, formal draft standards for the purposes of the administrative rules process and move those draft administrative rules forward into that necessary public comment period before adoption of the standards as the new public library standards for Montana. The recommendation from the task force is that you not take that next step, that we take a pause in where we are in that process. And so the recommendation is that we take no action at this time. Largely, the discussion hinged on some of the discussions we had earlier today. We know that library services need to change, they need to look differently than they do now in the future. we have an understanding of the need for us to focus more fully on digital services, for example. The task force felt like, as we're in the middle of the pandemic, we really don't have the necessary perspective at this time to think about what changes we would make to the standards to reflect new models of library services, and that we need to give ourselves the space and time to think about what the impact of a new paradigm for library services might look like and how that might be better reflected in the standards. And so that's the reason behind the recommendation to the commission. And the intent would be that the task force take up these questions again in September, revisit the standards with fresh eyes, and thinking more deliberately about some of the questions we've posed here today about what changes we can expect in library services, and therefore what kinds of standards and other kinds of measurable changes we should expect in library services to more fully adopt the service model.
Jenny, I agree with the course of taking no action, but I'm confused as to why we would need to vote to not do something. Did we box ourselves in previously with language saying that we would do something today and we need to take it back?
No, Anne, you don't need to take action. You don't need to take a vote.
Oh, that's right.
The tentative action in case you disagreed with us and wanted to proceed with the process, to give you that flexibility. But should you agree with the task force and just agree with the pause, there would not be a need to take action at this meeting.
Are there questions for Jenny or Tracy?
A comment as someone who served on the committee, and served presumably for the trustees or the commission. So it seems to me like there's two simultaneous problems. The first, I think Jenny talked about nicely, which is basically we're not absolutely sure what we need to be suggesting in terms of standards to make the changes necessarily brought about by the change in our landscape with COVID and other things. So that's kind of one half of it. The other half of it is perhaps more fundamental, and I think that some libraries are just bashful about making commitments to make big improvements in service. There's a couple that were stumbling blocks. The number of times a board would meet. I can't remember what some of the other big stumbling blocks were, but there was a fundamental reticence on the part of some libraries to kind of undertake sort of library development for their library. They feel, I don't think I'm reading things into it to say that they feel like they're doing the best they can just to keep their head above water. And I don't mean to be saying this is good or bad, but I think that there's two things going on there. There's one, the uncertainty brought about by the COVID stuff, so we don't really know what targets we have to create standards for now, and the other is just kind of general fear and uneasiness and concern about moving their library forward. And I think that the latter is of particular concern, and I think we ought to keep it in mind as we think about policy. Feel free to disagree, Jenny or Tracy, if you think I really blew it.
No, I think you said that very eloquently, Bruce. It's very easy to feel anxiety right now, and some of what is proposed in the public library standards really do require libraries to have a growth mentality about the kinds of library services that they offer. That's part of the intent behind the standards. And so understanding the situation that we're in and the pressure that what was proposed to the standards could put on libraries created additional anxiety, I think, for everyone. I wanted to just really commend the presentations we just heard from the attendees of the Summer Leadership Institute, because what I heard so many of them express was recognition when things, workflows, service models need to change, and a willingness to take on those kinds of changes and to roll up their sleeves and figure it out. I think Stefan said it well, you know, these times more than any have caused us to need to rethink what our library services are, what the needs of our users are, and how our libraries are addressing those needs. And that change is scary, and it requires delicate leadership. And I think that is what is intended by these public library standards. And through that process, in some ways, timing is everything.
Timing is everything, but this isn't the time. Is that kind of essentially what I'm getting?
Yep.
And I totally agree with that, because you know, I feel like we are planning on quicksand. I can't even tell you what my plan is in 2 weeks, let alone, you know, how can we plan for an entire year to meet the standards? So I feel like I have way more support in my library than a lot of other public libraries do. So I really support not taking action on this at the moment.
Is anyone of the mind that we should take action on public library standards today? So it sounds to me like we don't need to take action, and that we're all comfortable with delaying this agenda item.
Great. So again, next steps for us would be to reconvene the task force. We're anticipating a meeting in September to revisit where we are. I suspect we may take a complete relook at those standards with fresh eyes after what we're going through. So I'm not going to commit that we would bring you draft standards even at your October meeting at that point.
Well, I do want to commend all of the work that the task force did, because that, you know, you went through the whole process of developing standards, and then you know, I think it's wise to abandon them at this time, but a lot of work and public comment and meetings went into this, and I appreciate Jenny, your work, and Bruce, and all of the others who worked so hard on something that didn't come to fruition.
And I think that you'll probably see the standards in the fall or early winter. I don't think it was actually wasted labor at all. I think we came awful close to the center of the nut, but we got fuzzy, and people were scared. But we got fuzzy. We didn't really know where the emphasis should be. So while they may change, I think in form, perhaps, maybe not. But I think actually the commission will see the standards again that change a little bit, hopefully, because the change will indicate that we figured some of this stuff out. I think, you know, there's a lot of work that went into them, but not just because there was work that went into them. I think that actually the standards are very substantive. I think they do a really good job of laying a lot of this stuff out. Even if they get extended another step kind of forward, I think that we will start with this point. At least that's what I think we're going to do. Although it's really up to Tracy.
And I do want to thank Tracy for shepherding the process forward, for all of her leadership, for much of the drafting of the standards that we have to date.
You're welcome. It was an interesting process. And I suspect Bruce is correct that some of it has staying power. I mean, that group really worked hard, and they really were thinking about the future. But I am glad that we made this recommendation. I think it was the right thing to do.
Mhm. Thank you. I think we can move on to I think we should take a 10-minute break and come back at 2:31. And then we'll be ready to hear from Kenning about the Digital Public Library of America members. Back at 2:31. Let's see. So this next, we'll reconvene. I think we have everyone. Erin, are you here?
Yes.
And Jamie, are you here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. So Kenning and his staff, or Kenning and some staff, are going to present to us about the Digital Public Library of America members, and this is an informational agenda item.
But I have to note that Stapp and Staff is just an awesome name for a band.
Excellent. I'm not very musical, but I know a few other folks on our staff could help me out.
So this is just an informational item. This is about the Digital Public Library of America and the Big Sky Country Digital Network and its role or its membership as a hub in the DPLA. And I wanted to ask Jennifer Bernal and Tracy Cook and Carol Orban to weigh in as well, because they've all been part of these conversations. So I think it was about 4 years ago that the Big Sky Country Digital Network was formed. It was really an attempt to bring together the various digital collection projects in the state, including Montana Memory. And 4 partners, the State Library, the University of Montana, the Historical Society, and Montana State University agreed to share a membership to become a hub of the Digital Public Library of America. And what that really means is that we set up an aggregating server, which is hosted by the State Library, and that server harvests metadata from these various digital collections in the state. And then in turn, the DPLA harvests the metadata from that aggregation and brings it up into supposedly, hopefully, national recognition. So the hope was that DPLA would drive more traffic to our sites and we'd achieve more recognition. So I just want to say that we are all, every year, I think, for the past 4 years, at least once a year, maybe twice, we have had this conversation about, does it make sense? Is this working? And does it make sense for us to continue this membership? The membership is about $10,000 a year. And so we've been splitting that 4 ways. North Dakota State Library is now also part of our hub, although I'm not sure how their payment works. So we all very much believe in the idea of a Digital Public Library of America, but we are concerned, I think, with the way that actually functions or the way it operates. Jennifer gets the statistics every month from Google Analytics, and they show that DPLA actually drives very, very little traffic to us in the state. It's in the low hundreds pretty much every month, divided among the 4 of us. So the reason for that, we think the big reason for this is that DPLA is simply an aggregation of metadata. Search engines have no interest in indexing aggregations of metadata. They want to point users directly to the object, the digital photograph or whatever the digitized object is. They don't want to send users on several hops to get to the object, which is how it currently happens. So as a result, DPLA doesn't get indexed really by Google or other search engines. And that's their great failing. And I have had probably half a dozen conversations with DPLA leadership over the last few years about this. As a committee, Big Sky Digital Country Network has also had at least one meeting with DPLA leadership about this. They get it, they understand what we're talking about, they just don't seem to have the political will to do anything about it. So we're really questioning whether it makes sense for us to continue as a hub. If we are not a hub, we will still be indexed or still be harvested by DPLA, but on a less frequent basis. I believe it's just once a year instead of quarterly, and Jennifer can correct me if I'm wrong about that. So that's sort of the big picture. There are a few other issues, like we're concerned that DPLA really doesn't seem to market itself very well. We're concerned about their financial situation at all. It seems rather precarious. They had a big purge a couple of years ago where they lost a large number of their staff, some of whom we were working with directly. So we're asking the question, and we will have that question framed more formally in August. But Jennifer, Kara, or Tracy, do you have anything to add to what I said?
Just a couple quick clarifications. This is Jennifer. North Dakota is a partner, and they do pay an equal share. $2,500 is also their portion. And then those stats that Kenning was talking about then are equally split, really with North Dakota included. So it's really going out between U of M, MSU, and North Dakota and MMP and the Historical Society. So one of the things that Kenning brought up is this point that there's, because they're aggregating metadata, the search hits don't take you to DPLA, they take you to our individual repositories, which DPLA has said they have too many repositories who want those hits. So they did have one response to me in that regard, and I don't know what they've shared with Kenning in that, but they had several libraries who didn't want that to change, and which is one of the reasons that's kind of hung up. The other thing, though, that Kenning has mentioned that I find very frustrating is the lack of marketing, and there's no plan to market. And we used to have what they call DPLA reps, which Pam was a rep, I was a rep, Steph from Butte was a rep. We had several Montana reps who actually went out and talked about DPLA. We did at least one program a year, and when they cut staff, they cut that program as well. They also have not done any more creation of primary source sets or the exhibitions, which has been the biggest driver of traffic. And when we wrote the one exhibition we wrote, it was before MSU had come on board with us as part of BSCDN. U of M was contributing content to U of M, so U of M has some content in those exhibits and those primary source sets, but MSU does not, North Dakota does not. And so they're not seeing the same drive of traffic that the MMP has gotten from some of those types of materials, but there's no new materials being added and no plan to add new exhibits or primary source sets, even though they are the most hit items in DPLA.
Could I ask a question about where things go without DPLA? Do items from those four Montana sources go into the MMP?
So no, I think the 4 repositories would, well, 3 actually. It's MSU has a repository, U of M has its own repository. The Historical Society contributes their content to the MMP. So there's really 3 repositories in Montana. And then the 4th one would be North Dakota's. And they have several institutions that are contributing within North Dakota, through North Dakota State Library as well.
Does that metadata then from those 3 repositories finds its way into OCLC or into the shared catalog or any other sort of one step up?
That completely depends, I think, is the best answer for that. The MMP's content that you heard from Laura Tretta earlier, we do harvest that content through the Digital Collection Gateway to OCLC for what that's worth. Sometimes that's kind of frustrating, I have to be honest. Those records are not, as Laura explained, are not always the most user-friendly. But I can't speak to how Canning's content gets shared beyond or U of M's or North Dakota's.
So, excuse me for dominating here, but so Canning, what's your strategy without the DPLA?
Direct to Google. I mean, the amount of traffic that we get directly from Google to our digital collections here far outstrips anything that we get from DPLA.
So one of the big initiatives DPLA has had to that point is that they wanted to harvest IIIF content, which Content EM now provides. They would take an image off of that feed, put it in the Wikimedia Commons, and then it's left to editors of Wikipedia to go in and upload those images to matching articles to make the articles more interesting and enhancing. And that's been their big thing about how they wanted to share and tell stories. The problem is, if we were to do that with our content in Montana and North Dakota, none of us have time to become Wikimedia contributors, to sign up to be editors and to go in and place those images into articles so that they're visible there. And again, it doesn't necessarily link back to our collections. It's just this picture to enhance an article that's already there.
To me, the big problem is that we are working on an outmoded technical model. We seem to insist that and Jennifer pointed out that libraries have told this to DPLA, we insist that we still host our own digital objects locally in thousands of little repositories. Those thousands of little repositories individually don't get a whole lot of traffic. And we do the same thing with institutional repositories. You know, individually they don't get a lot of traffic. And because of the way we've built them, the only way to aggregate or to pull them together is to aggregate the metadata, right? But that's what the search engines are not interested in. If we were really using cloud systems the way they're intended to, we would build a ResearchGate, or we would build a Wikipedia, right? These are systems where everybody contributes to the same place. And this is what DPLA ideally would be, a big digital public library where all the objects are hosted, and then it would be gangbusters, you know, it would be amazing. And the technology now is so good that you can brand individual objects according to where they came from, and you can also report statistics to those institutions about here's how much traffic that object saw. We do the same thing with Archives West, right? We now put all of our finding aids for archival collections in one place. But for some reason with these little digital collections, we're still trucking away at the old model, and but guess what? We're all expending the same resources to build those little repositories over and over again. And then we try to get them indexed by search engines, but we don't all do a good job because we're all doing it inconsistently.
So what would it take for us to do it smarter?
Build a real digital public library of America where we have to be willing to give our digital objects to them.
And they have to be willing to build the platform to host. And I think, Kenning, to your point, we haven't heard that that's what they're willing to do. The point I wanted to make is that I'm hearing similar conversations from other state libraries around the state, either state libraries who are also hubs or are considering becoming hubs. And the question on people's mind is really, what is the return on investment? And I think the return on investment is questionable unless DPLA has the interest and will to create this kind of platform. And as Kenning said, and others have said, we've had those kinds of conversations with them. I've had those conversations with DPLA leadership through COSLA. I know other state librarians have had them, and so far they haven't bit. And I think it's probably to their own detriment as they look at their financial future. I think there's probably a reasonable financial model for them to consider were they to take this step. But we've been having this conversation with them now for several years, and they're just they're not moving on them.
So is there an opportunity cost or an opportunity lost cost with sticking with them and hoping for the best, or is it time to do something to try plan B?
I'd like to jump in and kind of answer that because I'm torn on this very point, Bruce. On the one hand, we lose this network of groups who are doing similar type work, who are working towards concise and consistent metadata in order to be harvested. And that's a big, big initiative. And that alone, we've improved the quality of our search capability within our repositories because we have consistent metadata and are able to find those mistakes. But by giving it up, we save $2,500 to each institution, and maybe we could do some better marketing with that money, or do some local initiatives that would actually give us a leg up in a way that we aren't getting through DPLA. So I'm very torn on that position. I serve on the Network Advisory Council right now, and I actually had a one-on-one conversation with John Bracken earlier this week, and Jenny doesn't even know this because I haven't had a chance to talk to her since then, but we had an interesting conversation, and I shared with him our hub's concerns and that we are not necessarily seeing the value of continuing to pay, especially when some of us realize we probably will be facing cuts in the near future with the state of our country right now. So it's a difficult decision to make, and it's one that we have to weigh carefully. But
this is Tracy, and I guess I would just jump in that the frustration I kind of expressed during the last meeting was, I think we've really tried to be pretty clear with DPLA about what we would like to see. And as Kenning says, there just hasn't been the will there to follow through. And I do kind of feel like we have had this conversation 3 or 4 years in a row now, and we're kind of accepting the status quo if we remain with them, and we're making a statement if we pull out. But at the same time, I'm aware that we lack maybe the resources to be able to pull off that regional or national collaborative effort that Kenning is talking about, that I think is going to be best for the end user. And I would like to make that happen. I'm a little intimidated by how hard that might be. Not because of the technology, but just because of a lack of staff time and funding.
Anyway, we just wanted to give you a heads up that this will be coming back in August, at which point we may ask for a decision, or we may just say we decided to stick with it for another year.
Kara had asked a question too in the chat box that I'd just like to address about keeping North Dakota in the loop. One of the conversations that we had was that the Big Sky Country Digital Network would remain a partner, would continue our partnership. It would just look differently, and how we would work together in the future would look a little different, but we would like to maintain that partnership, continue to aggregate our metadata, continue to work at improving our metadata, perhaps create some local exhibits of our content so that it's accessible and people can engage in it better. And since that's the way it seems to drive traffic.
Do you feel like that would impact your workload in any way, Jennifer, if you were not working within the confines of the DPLA?
Yeah, I mean, if we stay working as a BSCDN hub and we, as a collaborative group, the group would have to step up to help do those kinds of activities, because there's no way I can continue to do we can continue to aggregate the content, which is what we've been doing, and then giving notes out about what metadata needs to be fixed, which we've been doing. But beyond that, as far as like adding content for exhibits and things like that, or really delving into metadata changes, I think that would have to be a bigger group effort than just relying on me to get that work done.
And Jennifer, I know you don't want to talk about in specifics, but is there anything in your review of these 3 possible competitors for the MMP that would take and assist us out of the corner we're in?
No, I do not think there's anything there that would assist in particular in this situation.
I had hoped that we might see some kind of response from DPLA when we were first talking about this RFP, but had a call from John Bracken early in the process letting us know that they were not going to be responding.
Kenning just asked me in the chat, he let me know that he needs to leave at 3. And yes, there would be something you would miss at 3, which would be the election of the nomination of officers. I don't want to stop this conversation, but I don't know how to address that.
Well, yeah, let me just say, I think we've pretty much, we didn't want to take up too much time today, and we pretty much said what we want to say, I think, unless, you know, I'll let Jennifer and Tracy and Kara if they want to say anything else. But again, we were just giving you a heads up and saying that this will come back to the commission in August.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for the information. And I think that it would be okay if we went ahead and did the discussion of commission elections, and then we'll have some more time if anybody does have more questions about DPLA. Is that all right with everyone? Okay. Okay. So this is the time to begin the commission elections process, and we have sort of an unusual year in that I'm the chair, but I'm technically not, I'm off. I've termed out. I termed out on June 1, so I'm chairing a meeting and I'm not technically on the commission. I know that it's in practice that you stay on the commission until you get replaced, but it's also sometimes, it has been questioned, once, not for our commission, but for commissions. And so fortunately, we didn't have anything that I was a tiebreaker on, but Ken this will only become a problem when the person who is chair is terming out. And so Ken has agreed to chair the next meeting, even if I attend. And I understand that a lot of people are hesitant to join up with new groups right now because we all have so many duties added to our jobs. So I know that it's a difficult time to find replacements, and I'm sensitive to staying on in that tradition, but I would want to be really careful not to, if I was the deciding vote, or if there was a quorum that depended on me being there. So having said that, we can talk about that more later. But so Ken is going to, as the vice chair, is going to chair the next meeting for the sake of good parliamentary procedures. And so what we do this time is we nominate officers and then we vote at the next meeting. So I'll take nominations for chair for this coming year. Self-nominations are okay too. I personally would like to nominate Bruce Newell for chair. It's going to be a difficult legislative year, and he's great in working in that capacity with the legislature. I think that he's a very good match for what's to come this year.
I'm Jamie Doggett, and I second that nomination. Did I get it in there fast enough?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I would like to nominate Kenning as vice chair. I think he'd be a great match.
This is Jamie Doggett, and I second that nomination.
Do you accept Kenning?
Yes, I will be happy to be Bruce's vice chair if the rest of you think so.
Are there any other people who would like to nominate anybody else or who would like to nominate themselves for either office? All right, I see that this isn't an action item. I kind of thought that we would, so that'll be for next time, I think, to make it an action item.
Exactly. Yep, you're exactly right. This is a chance for the commission just to talk about, as you said, some of the work for the next year, and for the commission to reflect on how that work might help to decide and influence who might be the chair and vice chair during the next year, with the idea that we take nominations at this meeting, and then if others decide they wish to be nominated, they can communicate that information to Anne, but then we would hold actual elections at your August meeting, and then the new chair takes over chairmanship at the October meeting.
As so far the only nominee for chair, I'd like to say I'll be guided by commission agenda and et cetera, although I certainly have several strong opinions. I do have one hesitation I want you to know about before you vote for me or against me, and that is I am not really willing at this point to go face to face in small spaces with crowds of legislators or lobbyists or whatever. I have multiple sort of liabilities in terms of the COVID virus. I do not want to catch it. And so that really doesn't commend me for face-to-face kind of stuff. And if that is too much of a problem, then I would certainly accept the commission's intent.
Thank you. Okay. So, you know, this is, it may have been sprung on some of you. So if you need to think about whether or not you would like to self-nominate, please do. But it looks like we do have at least one person running for each office, and Kenning has a meeting, and I know needs to leave at 3. So thank you both for stepping up, and let me know if anybody else is interested in either position. And of course, Elsie's not here, so you know she will communicate that to her as well. All right, Jenny, is there anything else that I need to talk about as far as elections?
I don't think so, Anne.
Okay, so then we need to go to the commission calendar. And there's nothing that I know of that we need to schedule for right now, because I think we've gotten through Federation meetings, and
We're starting to see fall dates for Federation meetings. Not all of them are available, but those that we know of are included in your commission calendar. It's premature at this point to know whether or not those meetings will occur face-to-face or online. So I think it's probably best that we revisit Federation meeting attendance at your August meeting. And then we have also noted the summer and fall meetings of the Network Advisory Council and the Land Information Advisory Council. There are some upcoming other meetings on the calendar, but attendance at some of those kinds of conferences may very well be delayed or postponed or canceled, depending on the status of travel and the pandemic.
Okay. Is that it for the calendar?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Goodbye, Kenning. Thank you.
Bye, Kenning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kenning. You're a good guy.
Other business and announcements. There was one piece of business that I had, and I thought that, Jenny, that we did an evaluation in the summer. Is that supposed to happen in August?
We've kind of gotten out of the habit, and thank you for that reminder. I think normally we would have done that at this meeting. So I suggest we revisit that in August. I think I've mentioned at a couple of previous meetings that we're in the process of adopting the state's performance management system. And so we've done some trainings with staff on use of that system. And now with Sharon, our new HR specialist hired, we hope to more fully adopt that system and start using it going forward. But maybe in August, we can spend some time in executive session looking at my own performance and work plan, and I can share with you that system at that time.
Is it the same as that the university system uses?
I don't know what the university uses. And, Melissa, I'm forgetting the name of our system, or Evan.
I think it's just called Talent. No,
Yeah.
I can't remember either.
Talent system. I think you're right, Melissa.
I think that might be different. So yeah, I mean, we had to do a different executive session this time, so we couldn't have squeezed it into this meeting. But maybe we can talk about the start time if we wanted to try to do an executive session prior to the next meeting. Okay. That might be the time to do it, or it could be after the meeting too.
Either way, I'll work with you and Ken on that meeting agenda.
All right. Does anybody else have any other business or announcements?
I see that Evan has his hand raised.
Evan.
It was actually just back on the calendar. I wanted you to be aware, and Aaron might be able to provide more info. I hope I'm not offering you something that you can't do. The ESRI user conference, usually an in-person event in San Diego every summer, is going to be a virtual conference this year. For any of you interested, I wouldn't expect the commission to attend by any means the entirety of the conference, but the plenary session is often quite an impressive opportunity to see kind of the future vision of GIS coming from the founder of the company. So if you're around, I think it's the 15th of July, and I have no idea what it's going to be like this year since they've never done it online before, but I just wanted to put that out there. If it's something you think you may be interested in, work with Erin and she'll see if there's a way for us to get you registered.
I can follow up on that. I was actually waiting for the chance to chime in on that. Since the commission is part of the state, any commission or council would probably be able to take this training or go attend this conference. And like Evan said, it's the first time this has ever been done virtually, but I have confidence that they're going to do a good job. It starts July 13th. And goes through the 16th. So that's the Monday through Thursday. And I've even gone one step farther, and I've asked Esri to identify sessions that would be valuable to upper management. And I would consider you in that classification and decision makers. So we will, as soon as I get that list, I will identify a few what I would think would be valuable. I'm not just going to unleash this conference on you. It's very overwhelming to begin with when you're in person. There's like hundreds and hundreds of presentations over the, it's actually like 7 days of conference, but they're definitely shrinking it down because of the COVID. But I will reach out if you're interested. I think you should just register, even if you have the slightest interest, so you can, you might have something that might pop up and you find valuable. Also, I do believe if you do register, you're going to have access to the recordings afterwards. So like Evan said, just go ahead and reach out to me. And then anyone else on the call that is a state library employee, you also have access to it as well. Or Nancy, from the governor's office, any state employee has access to attend this conference. So you can check in with me.
Thanks, Aaron. Is there any other business or announcements, or anybody, did I cut anybody off who was not finished talking about DPLA?
I would just like to thank you, Ann, for really extraordinary leadership. I think you are a great chair and really helped move this along through a fairly difficult year. You're great, and I really appreciate it. I would serve under you any day, anytime, any place.
Thanks, Bruce. Thank you. I appreciate it. I just want to echo that as well. And this has been one of the more challenging years for the State Library as we've thought about some hard questions like the Natural Heritage Program administration and now going through the pandemic. And you've just provided some very, very incredible leadership and guidance as we've gone through those processes. Thank you, Jenny. I appreciate that. That means a lot. All right, do we have any public comment on any matter not in this agenda?
I would just like to say I have been very honored to serve with everybody for the last 6 years. My official final day, I finally got a letter, is at the end of this month. So any commission business going on in June, I will be there. And I just wanted to let you guys all know that I have learned so much. I feel like I'm a better manager and administrator because of everything I've learned while I've been serving on the commission. So don't be afraid to contact me for anything you need. And, you know, this definitely isn't goodbye, but just, you know, taking a step away from this part of my professional development.
I really want to stay in touch, both personally and I think the commission. You've really done terrific stuff in terms of helping us move down the road towards including the tribal libraries with more of the good stuff we do. And actually with both you and Ann, it's just inconceivable you're going off the commission. Maybe you should change your mind.
Thank you, Aaron. I'm especially glad that I got to serve at the same time as you. We started on the same day and we were in orientation together, and then we're finishing up together, and it's been a pleasure to serve with you. Thank you. I can't believe it's already been 6 years. It's amazing to me. Aaron,
You guys,
remember our strategic planning up in your beautiful library. That was a pretty extraordinary couple of days.
yeah, you guys have definitely been a very integral part of my path on librarianship. You were there when I graduated from library school and received this administrative position, and I just really think the support of the state library staff, I feel like the staff has also been very welcoming and open. I feel like I have maybe not a close connection with everyone, but I would never hesitate to step forward and ask questions. And, you know, I am very, very proud of the time I've spent here. And I'm so happy to have spent it with, you know, and Bruce started on the same day that we did as well. And so, yeah, Bruce, for about 5 minutes, I looked at my email and I thought maybe I should just put my name back in, and I was like, no, it's time to move forward to other things. So no, I feel like everyone who has been on the commission in the past with me and currently on the commission, I appreciate all of you. So thank you.
Thank you. Ken and Jenny, do you have a moment to stay on afterward just to talk about the next meeting's agenda?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, oh, Jennifer, thank you. All right. Well, I will adjourn the meeting at 3:10. Thank you all for sitting through a very lengthy meeting. It was a long agenda for an online meeting, I know, but it was we had a lot of business to attend to. So I appreciate you all.
Thanks.
Thank you all.
Thanks. See you soon.
Bye.
Goodbye.